The Rainbow Purification League has gotten to them. So there's stuff that's happening out there. This is not change of party. This is not red state versus blue state. This is real stuff that's happening. And then you have the regime leader. You have regime leader Biden out there. I think Maggie, I have the quote.
The Crusade Channel. Talk radio the way it should be. Broadcasting live from Madisonville, Louisiana, and streaming 24/7 at CrusadeChannel.com.
We've improved on a...
Hello, Crusaders. I'm Justin Redmond, and this is your report from the Bigfoot, UFOs, Rougarou ghosts, and Extraterrestrial Research Society, otherwise known as Burgers. A group of aspiring lottery winners wants a ghost to help them pick the winning numbers. Usually, aspiring lottery winners seek divine assistance to win the lottery. Others use their favorite number and dates. But a group of people in Thailand went a different route. They sought the assistance of a ghost. The residents of a small town in Thailand went to an abandoned home, and they summoned the ghost of the old owner. Residents and the family of the owner said that he died 2 years ago and witnessed
And welcome to the Crusade Radio Network's live coverage of night number 2 of the Republican National Convention, live from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I am your host tonight, as I was last night, Mike Church, host of the Mike Church Show here on the Crusade Radio Network, inviting all of you to come on in, get comfy, get a seat. We're going to take you live to the convention floor. And just a moment here, recap all the events of the day, and a lot has happened today. Ho, 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 ho. If you thought that the web and the plot of the assassination attempt on President Trump Saturday, if you thought it was a little sketchy Saturday, yesterday, that probably there was nothing done to quell that. Well, today, it's into overdrive. We've hit a new dimension here on this. It is becoming apparent now, with all the details that are coming out, including, here, let me add a plot twist to this. Apparently, the Secret Service and the Department of Homeland Security was notified, or had intelligence, that the Iranians were going to try and assassinate former President Trump. This supposedly led Kim Cheadle, director of the Secret Service, to change course in assigning the details on who and how much was to guard Trump, and to increase that amount. Supposedly because, well, there's a new threat out there, and the Iranians, we have actionable. Now, according to the report that I saw just 10 minutes ago on Fox News, there is a human intelligence source. I know that sounds redundant, but they're not relying on computers to grab metadata or whatever. There was a human intelligence source that had actionable intel that the Iranians were going to attempt to assassinate President Trump. Now, supposedly, this is in retaliation for the assassination of al-Soleimani, which would have been, I want to say, in 2018, 2019. Al-Soleimani was basically one of the leaders of the Quds Force. And Trump took him out. I want to say that he was assassinated, or that they got him in a raid in Syria. In any event, the intelligence and the story now progresses during the course of the day here as the story breaks, that the Biden regime and the Department of Homeland Security, acknowledging the threat, supposedly has beefed up the security patrol surrounding former President Trump. But that can't be. It can't be. As members of the United States Senate, House of Representatives, good, honest people that are in the broadcast media, internet sleuths out there are going, there's no way. It has now been revealed. Let me bring my co-host in, whenever he's ready, Mr. Richard Barrett, host of the weekend edition of the Barrett Brief and L-Armed Catholic on Twitter. I'll bring Richard in when he's ready to chime in here. There was not enough security. We were just reading a photograph, or looking at a photograph from Sean Purnell, who was there. Sean Purnell was in the front row in Butler, Pennsylvania. He was right there in front of the stage. And Sean Purnell said that, he goes, I want you to look at this photo here. This is a photo that's me and my wife in the front row down next to the Secret Service agent that you can plainly see. There's POTUS, 45, standing there on the stage. Look up above his left, look up and left of his head. See that off in the distance? That's the building. You can clearly see the peak of the building there. That's in line of sight to POTUS. Line of sight. And yes, you can see the exposed part of the roof there. Yeah, so, and Parnell is saying, there is no effing way you can convince me Or because you should be able to convince anyone logically that has logic that this was nothing more than a security breach, and it was an intentional one. Mr. Barrett, are you there? I know you're there in the StreamYard. Are you there?
See here. Good evening. Good evening. How are you?
Yeah, you can go to video if you want. We'd love to see your green screen.
Good evening.
Look,
yes.
you're the one who put the Parnell picture in there, so you saw this on Twitter. Why don't you describe, Maggie? Do you have the photo on your? We can flash it up on the screen. Why don't you describe what Parnell has described?
So, as you're looking at this picture that is now making the rounds, first of all, putting in hindsight that the head of the Secret Service has decided to die on the hill of the reason there was nobody on that roof is because it was too slanty and it was dangerous for the Secret Service to be on there. That's an actual quote from her, more or less. So that's why that roof was exposed. Secondly, that building was actually a staging area for local law enforcement. So while he was belly crawling on the top, you had a bunch of cops underneath inside the actual building. So what we're seeing is the fact that this was a perfect storm of events, if you want to call it that. And so he's able to belly crawl onto this roof. As you look at this picture, is a perfect. I don't think you couldn't dream a better line of sight if you wanted to potentially shoot anybody. You couldn't hit a deer. I mean, you couldn't plan better to shoot deer from that kind of a vantage point.
How about a can of pork and beans?
Anything.
Right.
I mean, this is plinking distance at this point for anybody. This is the kind of distance you take your kid out with a 22 and you judge how well they're shooting. You don't need an optic. You don't need a red dot. You don't need a high-powered scope. You just need basic iron sights and maybe a couple days of training. Of course, this person, the shooter, didn't take into account outdoor windage, which is probably what saved the president's life as well, because he probably was training in an indoor range where you didn't have windage. I mean, the AC blows, but not in the manner and direction or change that the wind does. So he wasn't taking that into direction, which is why it probably went a little more to the left instead of dead on, as you're seeing in all these computer regenerations. Mm-hmm. But the fact that you have a perfect line of sight and everybody kind of just let this stop. We talked about it earlier where a local police officer went up to the roof. Apparently the gun was pointed at him, and then he fell down, dropped, ran away, lost his radio, whatever you want to call it. And for another 26 minutes, nothing took place. Nobody got the president off the stage. Everybody kind of just sat back, and for lack of a better term, folks, they all kind of just waited.
Yeah, I want to
just waited around for it to happen.
Yeah, I want to go to the pages of the Federalist.com. Sean Davis is one of the founders of the Federalist.com. And on, if you want to grab my screen, Maggie, I have it pulled up. Biden's team deliberately kneecapped Trump's security to allow an assassination attempt. And Davis says they kept the rooftop open, watched the shooter, kept Trump on the stage, and didn't do a damn thing until after he had been shot. And we're supposed to believe it was an innocent oopsie. And then Davis goes into some detail that you may not have heard yet today. A couple of things we learned today, Richard. One of them is one of the things that we learned today is that the ladder was bought at a local hardware store, apparently either that day or within 24 hours of the event. And I'm going like, no, wait a minute. The Secret Service and local law enforcement didn't go knock on the doors of the locals. Now, this is the first thing that I go like, no, that doesn't happen. Didn't go knock on the doors of the locals. One of the ladies that lives on the street right next to the Butler Farm Show, I believe it's called, the Butler Farm Show Field, Butler County Farm Show Field, said that she was expecting someone to come knock on her door and, ask her who lives there. Say the president is speaking across the way. We're doing a security detail. Mind if we ask you a few questions? Go through at least the routine. They didn't even do that. So how does Thomas Matthew Crooks, how does he gets a ladder, apparently carries it to the event on top of his car, walks to the building with the ladder.
Over a mile, Mike. He walked over a mile with his long rifle in a case and a ladder. And everybody was like, what you doing? I guess he was like, I'm going to go paint a window. And they just kind of let him go.
Oh, I just got my rifle here, going to shoot a few squirrels, want to get a better vantage point, somewhere around where the farm show field is. Nothing to see here, guys. Perfectly innocent. Just don't pay any attention to this.
What did he say? I'm just going to use the scope on my rifle because I didn't have a pair of binoculars.
So we shouldn't be laughing at it because there's nothing funny about this. The government of the Biden regime actively now has tried and performed an assassination attempt on its rival. Richard, I have been saying this, and I've been at this for a long time. And I told my friend George Webb, I think I'm going to have George back on tomorrow. George's investigation is making some progress. And I told George this last time he and I talked when we did a church doctrine together. I said, George, you and I are American citizens. We don't want to believe this. I don't want to believe that the CIA and the Office of Naval Intelligence was capable of killing, of murdering in the most violent and obscene fashion John Fitzgerald Kennedy. I do believe it. I don't want to believe it. Well, you have it happening here again. This is no joking matter. My question at the end of all this now today is, or at the end of the third day, the third day after, is are they going to try it again? And Richard, why wouldn't you? The only path you have to victory now is if he can't fulfill, because he's dead, the oath of office on the 20th of January, 2025. It seems as though the deep state and the Biden regime have determined that their path to the White House is to kill the opponent.
Yeah. And it's only going to escalate as we get closer to November, as this dies down. Now, just real quick, I'm going to bring this back up. One of our people in the chat room mentioned the comms, the game of telephone that had to happen about 5 minutes ago. And that's something that DHS has had to work on since 9/11. One of the big things in 9/11 is nobody was on the same radio channel, and the radios weren't working. And it's been a problem for DHS and their agencies underneath ever since. And the problem is that when you bring in local, when you bring in state, county to kind of coordinate with federal, especially given the limited amount of time, because the B team was brought in, C team, the DEI team, whatever you want to call these people that were brought in at the last minute after Trump's real team of, as we saw last night, everybody that looks like they came off the carbon copies of the Terminator dropped down, all these 6'8", 6'5" jacked guys.
Yeah.
They were brought out and they brought in this DEI squad. They were dropped in, no time to prep, no time to communicate, very limited meetings probably on channel 1, channel 2. If something happens, there's an emergency comm, right? There's your regular comm that everybody talks on. Then there's emergency ones where your supposed commanders are able to talk on, at least in the military. And I'm figuring they try to at least copy that in this sense. But even if it isn't, the game of telephone that has to go from the local all the way to the commander, whoever the head is on there, to for them to make a decision for it to go all the way back down. I don't know. I'm sure you've seen Black Hawk Down, Mike, at some point. And I don't know if you're remembering at one time when the Humvees are driving around Mogadishu and they're like, you got to tell me when to turn. And he says, and the guy in the helicopter all the way up at 500 Feet says, well, you got to wait for me. I got to wait for the directions. And he's like, I can't wait because I'm still going.
Right.
That kind of breakdown in communication, that time lapse, that's the problem you're dealing with any of these major security details, because you need to have the communications, which is your most powerful asset. Doesn't matter how many guns, people, or anything like that. The communication is the key because you can coordinate through that. Without that, or with this extended time, you see these lapses in judgment, you see these lapses in decision making, and then the game of telephone that goes out with it. So he's completely correct in that regard. And that, I just wanted to bring that up and make that point. Secondly, you're right. There were scattered reports about a guy with a knife or a fight that took place in front of the RNC today. Who knows? We know what the left is capable of as far as unleashing violence. Remember in May of
largely peaceful protest, you mean? Mostly peaceful protest.
Yes,
right,
mostly
right.
the mostly peaceful
Mostly
protest.
peaceful
Remember the one in DC where they had to put Trump in the bunker. Right? We've had those situations when where St. John's Church burned down. So the left is more than capable of unleashing foot soldiers to get its job done. And so, yes, the violence will continue. The political rhetoric. Joey B already broke the unity pledge today. He came out. He said, "Oh, got to cool the temperature in the room." And then with Lester Holt, he's like, "No, we're just gonna, we're gonna keep putting the pressure on Trump." So that went out the window. Violence is the only thing they have going forward.
Yeah, Richard Barrett, my colleague and co-host here on the Crusade Radio Network and our coverage of day 2 of the RNC. The RNC has actually begun. I'm just waiting for tonight is supposed to be the Make America Secure Again. And no laughing matter, and I'm not laughing at it. I'm just laughing at the kind of the coincidence there. Make America Secure Again. If you saw it last night, all of you watching at home and all of you, welcoming all of you in our Crusader Radio Network chat room. Hopefully tonight it'll fill up at crusadechannel.com/chat as the discussion gets underway here. The confluence of events here leads almost inescapably to, because the Make America Strong Again or Secure Again, this is like 10 days ago when they released the themes, the nightly themes. Last night was wealthy, tonight's secure, tomorrow night is strong, which is going to be big military night, right? And then, of course, Trump is the headliner on Thursday, and that's Make America Strong Again. The fact that we have Make America Secure Again today, and again, one of the guys, or one of the people that I respect in journalism and in that field is Sean Davis. Sean Davis is not going to put clickbait headlines out there like Biden's team deliberately kneecapped Trump's security to allow an assassination attempt. One of the other things that we learned here today, Richard, and this is just a shock here. I was asking I have an old friend, his name is Buzz Patterson. Buzz worked Secret Service for Bill Clinton back in the 90s. And I've asked Buzz some questions in the past, and Buzz goes, "Now, King dude, you know that I can't. I had to sign a non-disclosure agreement where I can't say certain things." As a matter of fact, I just got a response from Buzz. He said, "I'd love to join you in your show, so look forward to that. I'll try to get him on tomorrow." My old buddy Buzz Patterson was a decorated war veteran. I want to say Operation Desert Storm, and then graduated, or depending on whose side you're on, moved to the Secret Service and was on Clinton's detail. Buzz knows how it's supposed to work. Hey, Richard, you saw his comment was the first one after Sean Purnell's. And Buzz's comment was, "No way. That's not how it works. Doesn't work like that." I was on Clinton's detail. This is not the Secret Service that I was a member of. Somebody said this yesterday, and I want to point this out. Maggie, you said this yesterday. Somebody said it in our chat room at crusadechannel.com/chat. The professionalism of law enforcement has been killed by DEI, vaccine mandates, and COVID. Because remember, and then defund the police. Remember, Richards, in the summer of love, as you call it, during the summer of love, defund the police. This is all the cops' fault. Derek Chauvin murdered St. George Floyd, et cetera, et cetera. You know, all the white cops out there are all out there to shoot black cops and kill them all and everything. Defund the cops here, defund the cops here. You had the city of St. Louis, Minneapolis, St. Paul, basically, Richard, was almost defunded. Oakland, California just basically gave up. San Francisco told its officers, stand down, don't arrest anybody for anything. Unless you actually see them kill someone in front of, or they're related to the Pelosi's, unless you actually see them kill someone and there are witnesses there, and you have to go like, oh, okay, well, people saw me, so I have to do something here. Many of the officers, just like in the United States Marine Corps and the Army and the Navy and the other branches of the military, many of the officer corps, Richard, and I know that you talked to some of these guys, when the vaccine mandates and all that came out and the DEI was introduced, when the Biden regime started ramming pronouns and stuff down the throats of the officer corps, many of them went screw it. So screw it. I'll take retirement. I've done my 20 years. I'm out. I don't need to be here.
Okay. We'll do it live. Okay. We'll do it live. Yeah.
And this is winnowed out. It has hollowed out what used to be one of the assets. You know, I talked to Mike Parrott about this and others who are guests on the Mike Church Show about, you know, in the United States military at one point in time was probably the envy of the Western world and the history of the Western world when it came to the officer corps. We had an officer corps that was second to none, and a corps d'esprit inside that officer corps. You know what? We're going to go live to the convention floor because Carrie Lake is getting ready to speak. And it's Mike Church with Richard Barrett here and our producer, Maggie O'Connell, here on the Crusade Radio Network.
Wow. Hello. I love you. I love you. I love you, Arizona. You guys are amazing. Wow. This is MAGA energy tonight, guys. Love it. Oh, wow. This room, America, I wish you were in this room with us. This is electric. Hello, America. Welcome, everybody who's watching at home, and welcome everybody in this great arena tonight. We love you all. Actually, wait a minute. I don't mean that. I don't welcome everybody in this meeting, in this room. The guys up in the fake news, frankly... All right, frankly, you guys up there in the fake news have worn out your welcome, right? You've worn it out, guys. You have spent the last 8 years lying about President Donald Trump and his amazing patriotic supporters. Actually, guys, they lie about everything. They've lied about Joe Biden's health, the economy, the laptop, the border. I could go on and on and on. But the really good news is that every day more and more people are turning off the fake news. And they're... That's right. And Americans are waking up to the truth about the disastrous Democrat policies pushed by Joe Biden and his favorite congressman, my opponent, Ruben Gallego. These guys, they're full of bad ideas. Just last week, Ruben Gallego voted to let the millions of people who poured into our country illegally cast a ballot in this upcoming election. Gallego and the Democrats have handed over control of my state, Arizona's border, to the drug cartels. And because of them, criminals and deadly drugs are pouring in, and our children are dying. Our children are getting their hands on these drugs and dying. I'll tell you, the hardest thing I've had to do on the campaign trail is talk to moms and dads who've come up to me and tell me that their 19-year-old son has died because of fentanyl poisoning, or their 22-year-old daughter took a half a pill and she's gone. We are losing a generation of young people to this fentanyl crisis, and it's got to stop. The Grand Canyon State has become the fentanyl state, and it's not okay with this, Mom. I'm not okay with that. I don't think it's okay with that, Mom. I don't think it's okay with that, Mom. It doesn't have to be this way. The problems we face are huge. The problems caused by the Democrat Party. But the solutions, guys, they're really simple. First of all, stop the Biden invasion and build the wall. Easy.
The voice of senatorial candidate Kari Lake, live from the RNC here on the Crusade Radio Network.
And while we're building the wall, let's kick Bidenomics to the curb and bring back the Maganomics. Is that okay? I miss the strong Trump economy. And because I'm a mama bear, I want to replace this indoctrination, this psychological abuse they're inflicting on our children with a real, solid, quality education. It's all common sense. The great news is that we can solve these problems, and to be honest, we must solve these problems for the sake of our children, because that's really what this is all about, right? The next generation, the future of our country. I learned something watching, the Nature Channel, that the most dangerous place on planet Earth is between a mama bear and her baby cubs. Right? And that's exactly where the radical left have found themselves, and it's not going to go well for them. Because guess what? They have awoken a sleeping giant. Tens of millions of moms and dads from sea to shining sea, they're going to show up on November 5th, and they're going to be hearing from us on November 5th. That's right. Actually, I think I can think of one thing more dangerous than a grizzly bear, and it's a middle-aged, fed-up mother in Washington, D.C. And I haven't even started my hot flashes yet, guys. Just wait. Just wait. But seriously, I want every mother and father to know this, that we, the Republican Party, will fight. I will fight, not just for my kids and my daughters over here. Are you over there, Ruby? Wave to me. Wave to Mom. My daughter's over there. I want to fight for, selfishly, I want to fight for my kids, but I want to fight for your kids as well. They deserve a better future. They deserve a better future. But the really good news here, and the fake news the fake news wants us to believe we're 50-50 at each other's throat. They're creating division and anger. Americans are actually much more united than people believe, right? You see it. We see it. We want to make life better, and we want to create an incredible future for this generation and the next generation. And together, when we join together, we will make America safe again, and we will make America great again. God bless all of you here tonight. God bless you, America, and God bless President Donald J. Trump. I love you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Hi.
If you're listening on radio, that is the voice of Kari Lake, senatorial candidate from the great state of Arizona.
Please welcome the next senator from Wisconsin, Eric Hovde.
Join our Crusader Stadium chat room at crusadechannel.com/chat or on the YouTube Crusade Radio Network. And please, folks, subscribe to the YouTube channel Crusade Radio Network.
Mr. Chairman and delegates, welcome to Wisconsin. I'm Eric Hovde. I'm proud to be running for the United States Senate from the great state of Wisconsin, where my family has lived for more than 100 years. We're all here today for one reason: to make Americans safer, stronger, and more prosperous. We are blessed to live in the greatest country in human history, America, our home. But America is struggling under Joe Biden. And Senator Baldwin has been a rubber stamp voting with him 95.5% of the time. You can believe that. Biden, with Baldwin's help, has weakened us in every way, making Americans less safe. They've eroded us financially by racking up more debt in the last 3.5 years than our country's first 230 years, fueling massive inflation and leaving families wondering how they're going to pay the bills. They've made us less safe at home with their defund the police movement. And Biden, with his border czar, Vice President Harris, opened our southern border, allowing criminals and terrorists to enter our country. They've emboldened drug cartels to flood our streets with fentanyl, killing over 100,000 Americans every year. It is sad. I've talked to parents that have lost their child to this fentanyl poison. They've made us less safe and secure internationally with their incompetent withdrawal from Afghanistan. Our adversaries moved. Putin on Ukraine, Iran through their proxies, Hamas on Israel, and China getting more aggressive every day. Despite all of that, Tammy Baldwin called the Biden administration the most successful in generations. Can you believe that one? I mean, seriously. This shows how detached she is from everyday Wisconsinites. It doesn't have to be this way. Under President Trump, family budgets were more secure. Our border was secure. Our world was secure. Where Biden and Baldwin have failed, President Trump and I will get the job done. Our country has become too divided, though. Instead of putting on just the blue jersey or the red jersey, we need to put on the red, white, and blue jersey and come together as Americans. We need to heal this country from the division that the left has brought. And the media, you have to stop dividing us. If we can come together, we will win Wisconsin. We will restore America. But it's going to take everyone getting involved. Are you ready to go save your country? Are you ready to restore the American dream? Thank you, everyone. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next senator from Ohio, Bernie Moreno.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm Bernie Moreno, and I'm honored to stand before you tonight as the Republican nominee for the U.S. Senate from the great state of Ohio. Many years ago, my parents brought me and my siblings to America legally. They left Colombia because they wanted their children to live in a country where they could achieve anything. I will forever be grateful to them. I love America, and I've lived the American dream. I married my best friend, raised a family, built successful businesses, and created thousands of jobs for hardworking Americans. But the American dream that I lived is under attack from Joe Biden and his enablers in the Senate like Sherrod Brown. They have encouraged millions of illegals to invade America. And Joe Biden's border czar, Kamala Harris, and the Democrat Senate have put the welfare of illegals ahead of our own citizens. They've destroyed our border. They've destroyed our economy. They've destroyed our standing in the world. And they'll destroy America if we don't stop them. In November, we will fire Biden and Harris, and we will re-elect President Donald J. Trump. I'm so proud that my senator, my friend, J.D. Vance, will be the next Vice President of the United States. He represents the best of Ohio, the best of America, and will be an incredible leader and defender of President Trump's plan to always put America first. And he won't stop there. Sherrod Brown votes with Biden virtually 100% of the time. I don't know if I agree with my wife 100% of the time. But Sherrod and Joe seem to have a very close relationship. Well, tonight, we've got a message for failed lifelong politicians like Sherrod Brown and Joe Biden. It's time to go home. A vote for Trump and Marino is a vote to put America first. We will end the invasion at our southern border. We will fix our economy, protect American workers, and rescue America's family from Biden's and Brown's inflation. We will end the wars and deliver peace. I will fight alongside Donald Trump to make America stronger, safer, and more prosperous. Thank you, and may God continue to bless the United States of America.
You are listening to and
Ladies and
watching
gentlemen,
live
please
coverage
welcome
of
the
the
next senator
Republican
from Michigan,
National Convention
Mike Rogers.
here on the Crusade Radio Network.
Hello, America. I'm Mike Rogers, candidate for the United States Senate for the great state of Michigan. And I want to give a quick shout out to my fellow Michiganders, the hardest working people in the United States. God bless you right there. I said, because Joe Biden and my liberal opponents' runaway spending, American families have been crushed by inflation. High costs of groceries and gasoline and rent. I was talking to a grocery clerk just recently. She said, I got it when this carts got a little skinny at the beginning of Joe Biden's administration because of high costs. But what breaks my heart is at the end of ringing up an order, they have to reach up and pull something off the counter and put it back in their cart, thanks to the Democrats in Washington, D.C. The most expensive vehicle to operate in Michigan in 2024 is your grocery cart, thanks to the Democrats in Washington, D.C. And while pockets are pinched, Biden is trying to force you to buy an electric vehicle. Better get a long extension cord. Let me be clear. EV mandates will destroy American jobs.
EVs require 40% less labor to build than gas cars. And here's the kicker. 85% of the critical minerals needed to build them are processed in China. It is impossible to build an EV without getting into bed with the Communist Party of China. Listen, my opponent even signed an agreement to use taxpayer money to bring a Chinese battery company to Michigan, your taxpayers' money. I'll tell you this, I will never put our children's future at the hands, or the matter of fact, the Michigan auto business in Michigan, in the hands of the Chinese Communist Party, and it's the Republicans that are going to stop them from doing that. I'm committed to keep Americans safe from threats both at home and abroad. As a former Army officer, FBI special agent battling organized crime, and chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, I've seen how dangerous the world can be. But in all my time working to protect America, I have never seen anything like the Biden-Harris open border policy. They are rolling out the red carpet for violent gangs, fentanyl, Chinese spies, individuals on the terrorist watch list. And listen, our adversaries aren't stupid. They know that all they need to do is wait until nap time at the White House to push the limit. Does anyone really believe that another 4 years of Biden, Harris, and a Democrat Senate will make us safer or more prosperous? I certainly don't. And I don't think Michigan does either. Listen, it is long past time that we restore law and order. We make groceries affordable again. We make America respected again. We make America safe again. We flip the United States Senate and elect Donald Trump and make America great again. Thanks. Get fired up. This is the election to do your work. God bless.
All right, now we get bad redneck music, so we're going to jump in here. Mike Church here with Richard Barrett here on the Crusade Radio Network, and continuing our live coverage. If you're watching this on the YouTube, and I say that a lot of you are, have joined us early on, please subscribe to the Crusade Radio Network. If we get 9 of you, if we can con 9 of you that are not subscribers to Crusade Radio Network, it's free, guys. It doesn't cost anything. Just go to the front page of the Crusade Radio Network where you found the live stream and click the subscribe to this channel button. It's simple as that. Give us a thumb up with tonight's broadcast. You know the drill. But the subscription is the most important part. So we can get to 900. That puts us within 100 of our goal. You can also make a one-time or 30-time, if you wish, donation to offset our expenses here. Go to crusadechannel.com/donate. crusadechannel.com/donate. Let me go back to the bullpen here. Richard Barrett is here with me. Richard, I'm just reading from Sean Davis and some of the things that we learned today, and Maggie was telling me earlier. Apparently, there was an attempt to put some Secret Service agents on the roof of the building, but Kim Cheadle had determined that the pitch of the building was too steep, and she was afeared for her agents. Hold that thought. I'm going to ask you that question when we come back. Back to the live stage of the RNC.
And who's ready to make Donald Trump our 47th president? Are you ready for that? And who's ready to make J.D. Vance our new vice president? And who's ready to send Chuck Schumer packing? I'm ready. I'm ready. My name is Dave McCormick, and I'm running to be Pennsylvania's next United States Senator, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And I want to first acknowledge what transpired just a few days ago in my home state, where I witnessed firsthand from a front row seat in Butler, President Trump's remarkable strength and resolve in a terrifying and unpredictable moment. the president rose brilliantly to the challenge. But what a sad and frightening day for the families of those who were injured or lost, and for our great country. And we all thank God that President Trump is okay. I'm a seventh-generation Pennsylvanian from the great Keystone State, born and raised. A West Point graduate, a former Army wrestler. I'm a combat veteran of the 82nd Airborne Division. All right, 82nd. And I'm a business leader who helped create hundreds of jobs in Western Pennsylvania. But most important, I'm a dad to 6 daughters, and I'm a husband to the love of my life, Dina, wherever she is. Now my opponent's name is Bob Casey. But you probably don't know him because he does nothing. For 18 years, Bob Casey has been warming a chair and drawing a paycheck. He is a do-nothing, out-of-touch, liberal career politician. And when he votes for Joe Biden's tired old ideas. Casey's been around so long that the #1 song when he was first elected was the Macarena, right? Does everybody remember the Macarena? But sadly, this is no joke, because politics is about choices, and the policies of Biden and Bob Casey are dangerous for Pennsylvania and America. They won't keep us safe. Drugs have poured across the Biden-Harris, Casey wide-open borders, killing 100,000 Americans, including 4,000 Pennsylvanians last year alone. Illegal immigrants have victimized innocent young women who could easily be your daughter or mine. And time again, Casey has voted for pro-criminal judges who have made our streets across Pennsylvania more dangerous. Biden and Casey's failed policies have crushed working families with sky-high prices for gas and groceries and rent, and regulations to kill Pennsylvania natural gas. Under President Trump, America's future was strong and prosperous, and our adversaries feared stepping out of line. My friends, the choice this November is clear. It's a choice between strength and weakness, a choice between America's greatness or its sad, disgraceful decline. This is, my friends, the most important election of our lifetimes. And we deserve a president and a Senate that will go to the mat to fight for America. A president and a Senate that will unite America. And in Pennsylvania, that means voting for Trump and McCormick in November. Thank you all for leading the charge. God bless our United States of America.
All right, let's go back to the discussion here on the Crusade Radio Network and our live coverage of this event here tonight. I guess they started off, Richard, and this was Senate night, or Senate candidate night. I want to go back again to some of the points that Sean Davis was making on his piece at thefederalist.com. And since I know that you have you actually have a master's degree in Homeland Security, let's put it to use for a moment here. Some of the things Davis points out, and I want your take on this. So let me bring Richard full screen. How did the FBI know who the kid was immediately? They said they got his DNA. Why didn't you just run his plates? He had no criminal record, supposedly, so where did you get a DNA match from? None of this adds up. There is no record that this young man ever existed on the internet. He's a 20-year-old. He had a smartphone. How is it possible that he had no digital trail whatsoever? And they can't seem to find anyone that ever had any physical, personal contact with him. This almost sounds like, I think I've heard this before. This almost sounds like one of the plot lines out of the FBI set up to try and set those guys up. Those completely and totally innocent, gullible men in Michigan, to try to set them up and convince them that they were doing the Lord's work by plotting to kill Gretchen Dimwitmer here. But in this day and age, a 20-year-old, even if you tried to stay off the internet, you would leave some kind of a trail somewhere. But here we are now. We're 3 days after the fact, or almost 4 days after the fact. No human being has come forward to say that they had any contact with this kid, unless you've heard of it, and I haven't.
There was reports that he tried to be on his high school rifle team, and he was such a bad shot that that he was dangerous to the point that they kicked him off of that. There was a very fleeting report of that at one point. But outside of that, there has been no mention of a social media platform, nothing on Reddit, nothing on any of these platforms to suggest that he had said anything. There was the footage of him graduating. There was the footage of him in the BlackRock commercial, which BlackRock then pulled down immediately after.
Right, doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Funny how he was in one before. But the fact of the matter is they got his DNA from 23andMe. At least that's what they were saying. And it's very interesting that the FBI said he worked alone, yet they weren't able to get into his iPhone to figure out that he was working alone. And
how do you know that he's working alone?
Yes, I guess because he was the only one there, even though there is now.
So you know he was working alone. You know that he did all these things. Yet you couldn't. But you couldn't stop him. This kid, this Charles Atlas back in the old days in the comic books, the 98-pound weakling that gets the sand kicked in his face. Right. That's this kid here. So the 98-pound weakling outsmarts, outfoxes, outmaneuvers the world's greatest special operators, trained at great expense by the United States government, employed into the service of whatever branch of the military, and then graduating over to the Secret Service. And here we have Goof Boy. Here, literally here, this is a cartoon character of or what you would call a few years ago an incel. This is a cartoon character of an incel here, has no tan, no pigment whatsoever, and he is able, not only does he outfox the feds and the special ops, outfoxes the local cops, outfoxes the state police, somehow manages to get the 12-foot ladder to the building. And did you know that the local PD and the Secret Service agents couldn't get to the same building using the same path that he used because the gates were zip tied together? They had to get a car. They had to ram the gate with a car to get it up. Well, how did he get there? What, did he climb on top of the ladder, 12-foot ladder, jump over with the bungee cord attached to one end and then flip it over in a special ops move?
Who knows? Because nothing will be known about. We know he walked a mile from the Home Depot to the actual site. But outside of that, he kind of just appeared. And nobody knows how. And nobody wants to even look at how he got there, because the local, and I know you were talking to somebody who was actually at the rally, I believe Monday.
Clark, a listener. He's in the chat room right now.
Yep, he was talking about how, you had your local and your county sheriffs, your local PD and county PD. They're going to get shifted to the blame on that one simply because the feds, whether it's DHS, Secret Service, U.S. Marshals, whoever it is at this point, because we're getting conflicting information on who was there, because there was, it was a hodgepodge of different agencies, which is another problem in the communications area, because there isn't one. It's not just Secret Service. It's not just Marshals. It's not just DHS. And the more you patchwork it, the more they have their own language. They have their own call signs and so forth. But the fact of the matter is, now that they said, well, our main area was the event and anything outside of that was local. And, we talked to them and we told them to secure it. So they're going to sit there saying, we were told this, and it's just a game of finger pointing back and forth because there was no clear established SOP. Because there was it was a thrown together rally that didn't have any real. They had a lead agent, but the lead agent had limited experience. So even the person who was in charge of the actual event didn't really have enough experience to coordinate a massive event like having a president speak. Now, for historical sake, this is the first time the Secret Service and the federal government has actually had to coordinate in the time of the Secret Service, because I know Roosevelt ran, but the Secret Service didn't exist at that time, that the Secret Service is actually trying to coordinate between two different presidents, a former president and a current president, and their families and everything like that. Even though Secret Service protection is granted about 180 days out of an election, and pretty much once nominees are secured, then they get their protection.
Right.
Even still, Trump's had it full time since he's left office. So that's been a strain on resources as well. So there's a lot of things that they're working through, which is not an excuse, but they haven't had to deal with this level of manpower usage, for lack of a better term, ever in the history of the Secret Service, and especially in the history of Homeland.
Maggie, what is that footage that you just scrolled up on the screen for our viewers out there? Was that live?
No, I was just showing the video footage that someone that was at the rally in Pennsylvania took of the cops ramming the gate, and they still didn't even ram it open, so they still had to crawl on all fours to get in between the two swinging gates, and then that shows them throwing in a little step stool and shimmying it through and chunking it over the fence to try to get to the building. Does none of those men carry a blade? Most men in the South here carry a blade in their front pocket.
By the way, Governor Jim Johnson of West Virginia, I believe, is speaking now at the RNC. He has this dog in a chair next to him for some reason.
Ask yourself, why does Donald Trump fight every day for us and continue to take this senseless persecution? Why? And I know the answer. Because we're worth it. Now, Baby Doll's got a prediction for everybody here. And here's the prediction.
Yes, Baby Doll's
Baby
the dog.
Dog says, we'll retain the House, the majority in the House. We're going to flip the United States Senate. And overwhelmingly, we're going to elect Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance in November. And Baby Dog says, what is the reason that she knows why we're going to win? And the answer is one thing. Because we're worth it. God bless you. God bless this great country. And God bless Donald J. Trump.
By the way, CNN got a hold of some sort of internal Trump polling or memo today and has a map showing that the Trump campaign right now is projecting out that it's at either 268 or 272. So let me go to, I see Mr. Parrott is here from the Parrott Talk. Here live. Good evening to you, sir.
Good evening.
And
I like to be fashionably late, King, dude. That's how I roll. I'm Latin-blooded.
you have been keeping up with what we have been talking about today. Have you seen the latest on the ridiculousness of the security situation Saturday?
Yeah, I mean, and I was listening to you and Barrett there for the last 10 minutes, and I agree with everything Richard has said about the how incredibly difficult it would be to take one agency that primarily exists to protect one family and split them into two families. But at the same time, that doesn't explain why we would have to have all these like 5'2" women protecting Donald J. Trump. The thing I wanted to weigh in about the shooter, because you guys were talking about the shooter, if you don't mind.
Yes.
The shooter is the only 20-year-old male in the United States of America that does not have social media. I mean, literally the only one. What are the odds of that? I saw a thing that he did have a Discord account, which is a chat server, And Discord has announced that they deleted his account and cleared it because he never said anything about the election or anything. So none of it really matters anyway. Well, I think what's happening right now is the perfect storm of complete and utter silence from any official story. Meanwhile, the unofficial, acted by the fourth wing of government, the big media, is being crafted by the media right now. So we're not going to hear anything about this kid. We're not going to hear about the fact that both his parents are shrinks. We're not going to hear anything about his friends or family or anything like that. What we're going to hear over the next, even probably another week, is the official narrative kind of dispersed and disseminated through all the major networks, and that will become the law of the land. It's Bobby Kennedy 2.0. It's Saran. You don't pay attention to the woman in the polka dot dress. You're not supposed to think about her, and we're not supposed to consider whether or not there was a second shooter. I think there was a second shooter, and I think that that's going to come out. And I can't exactly explain why right now. It's just a hunch that I have. It's just some things that I've been looking at. But they're going to suppress that for as long as possible until everybody sort of accepts the narrative as it is right now, evolving in the vacuum of no FBI, no CIA, no anybody telling us anything.
I want to point something out today. If you go, and this interview will be posted tomorrow on our YouTube channel, you can get it right now as part of the Mike Church Show today. My friend from England, Frank Wright. Most people don't know this. I only know this because I have personal conversation. I'm not going to reveal anything that would get Frank in trouble or place his family in jeopardy. Frank is special ops. You wouldn't know that. Frank is a badass. Frank told us this morning, you heard him, Maggie. What did he say? He said, I walked off the distance, and I can do it. He goes, I could do this. He goes, I tried to recreate it, and I couldn't do it in 142 seconds. How is it possible that punk, the 98-pound weakling from Charles Atlas and the Marvel Comics ads, how is it possible from the point where he put that ladder up that he bear crawled that great of a distance on a hot tin roof, literally a tin roof, rusted, on a hot tin roof, rusted that distance, got his rifle, got his weapon. Barrett, you and Parrott are both marksmen. Richard, you're trained a little differently than Mike is, but you both handle the weapon. Got his weapon into position, got it stabilized, got it steady, got an eye on his mark, however did you also know that in addition to that, and Frank said impossible, he goes, I'm going to tell you right now that there's no way that did not happen. So I'm looking for that bullet to have come from somewhere else. That's one thing. Did you also know that a half an hour prior to this, the local cops had also had accosted Matthew Thomas Crooks and had asked him why he was using a rangefinder, a laser sighting rangefinder, kind of like we'd use on a golf course to laser sight, how far you are from the pin. He was using a laser rangefinder, apparently to get the distance. And he was on the corner of the building where he would ultimately supposedly fire the round at President Trump. None of this makes any sense whatsoever. Let's go back to this in a moment. We're going to go back to the convention. Representative Jim Banks is speaking now.
Because my dad knows that President Trump will always put American workers first. Trump was the first president of my lifetime to hold China accountable for taking our jobs. He brought manufacturing back to Indiana and boosted wages for hardworking Hoosiers. Ladies and gentlemen, Trump saved the American dream. But if we have Biden for 4 more years, that dream won't be there for my 3 daughters. So we are going to take our country back for them, for your children, for your grandchildren, for every American. My friends, I can't wait for November 5th at 6:01 p.m. Eastern Time, when the great state of Indiana is once again the first state on the board to give our Electoral College votes to the greatest president of my lifetime, my friend, Donald J. Trump. Thank you. God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome Captain Sam Brown, the next senator from Nevada.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking my God for my life. I want to thank my wife for her strength, for her courage and her support in this race. And back home, I want to thank my children. I do this for many reasons, and you are part of that mission. Tonight, I offer a message of hope because I know the importance of hope in difficult times. On September 4th, 2008, my Humvee ran over a roadside bomb in Afghanistan. The explosion left me drenched in diesel and burning alive. As I neared death, I felt the flames being smothered and heard a voice say, "Sir, I've got you." Through the pain and anguish of recovery and the years that followed, I never lost hope. And I stand before you. I stand before you today as a Republican nominee for Senate from the great state of Nevada. America, I served you as a soldier, and I want to serve you again. As a U.S. Senator, I will proudly stand alongside Donald Trump to make America affordable, safe, and strong again.
I have to just interject here that this man's story is just one of the most incredible ones that there is, Sam Brown.
We have a tough fight ahead, but it won't be my first. Nevadans are suffering right now. The unemployment rate in Nevada is nearly 25% higher than the national average. The Biden-Harris economy might be fine for millionaires like Senator Jackie Rosen, but it's terrible for Nevadans struggling with inflation and high prices. Yet Jackie and Joe want to raise your taxes while dodging their own. I'll work with President Trump to cut taxes for working families and end taxes on tips for struggling Nevada service workers.
By the way, there is a rumor
Because
still circulating that
life
Trump's going to
must be
propose
affordable for
eliminating the
millions,
IRS Thursday night.
not just millionaires. Finally, look at my face. This is the high cost of war. If Joe Biden stays in office, more service members will pay this price. He has brought our nation humiliation, defeat, and to the brink of more war. I've been through the fire. President Trump has been through the fire. But hope has not been extinguished. It is reignited. And we are more united than ever to save America's future. On November 5th, I ask Nevadans to vote Sam Brown for Senate and Donald Trump for President. Together, we will put America first again. I want to close with those same words I heard on the battlefield that gave me hope. America, I've got you. May God bless President Trump. God bless you. And God bless the United States of America.
Mike Parrott, you went into this same theater of Same theater of combat that
Ladies
Sam
and
Brown
gentlemen,
went into.
please welcome
I know
the
you
next
can
senator from
sympathize with this guy
Montana, Tim
and the fact
Sheehy.
that he suffered those injuries, but is just indefatigable and wanting to continue to serve the country that he loves. When you can show on your face that you are a product and a casualty of war, and you maintain kind of the stature that he does. You know, I thought they had a break in between speakers. I'm going to come back to that in just a minute, so hold that thought, Mike. This is Tim Sheehy, candidate for Senate from the state of Montana. Now, this boy looks like a cowboy.
I've been a he-she for 38 years, and I can promise you going to elementary school with that name in the 80s was not fun. That is a joke, but it also shows the lunacy we're living with in Joe Biden and John Tester's America. I'm a former Navy SEAL. My wife was a Marine. We both fought in our nation's longest war in Afghanistan. I was wounded there, served hundreds of missions there. We came home to live the American dream in Montana, the great state of Montana, I might add. And we started an aerial firefighting company in our barn. We created hundreds of jobs protecting our public lands and protecting fellow Montanans from devastating wildfires. I fight wildfires for a living, so take it from me, the world is on fire under Joe Biden. Consider for a minute Biden's disgraceful retreat from Afghanistan, when he let our enemies steal billions of dollars of our equipment and kill 13 brave American service members. To this day, there has been zero accountability, none. And that's why I'm running for the United States Senate in Montana, to bring back accountability to our government and beat John Tester, the liberal Washington politician who votes with Biden and Kamala every single time it matters.
As Ann Coulter calls Tester, he's Chuck Schumer with a crew cut.
For Biden's America Last agenda. He's got an F from the NRA. He's voted to open our borders, unleash inflation, and he even put a liberal judge on the Supreme Court who can't even define what a woman is. And even drives a Prius.
Tell you
in
what,
DC.
bro, I'd drive to Montana to go vote for this guy.
Priuses don't work in Montana, do they? John Tester doesn't represent Montanans. He's a rubber stamp for Biden's failed presidency and extreme liberal agenda, and it's time to retire them both. And listen, I'm an optimist. You can't jump out of planes at night into enemy territory if you're not. And I truly believe America's future will be better than our past. But that future is not given. And we need political outsiders like President Trump to return common sense to our nation. And what Montanans think is common sense is pretty simple. It's not complicated. They want a secure border, safe streets, cheap gas, cops are good, criminals are bad, boys are boys, girls are girls. And I'm ready to retire John Tester and take back the United States Senate. And I'm ready to join you in sending President Donald J. Trump back to the White House. Let's save America. We've got a lot of work to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next senator from Virginia, Hung Cao.
Tell you what, his name may be Sheehy. He made a joke out of it. That guy is a bad ASS.
That's the last sound my parents heard when their fathers were taken away in the middle of the night, and they never saw them again. That's my family's real-life story. We escaped from Vietnam just days before Saigon fell to the communists. We were given a new life in the most generous country on earth.
That was a sound effect he played. That's just for those of
My
you
name's
tuning
Hung
in. That was
Kao,
not technical
and
difficulties. That
America
was him.
Saved my life. I grabbed on to the American dream. I graduated from the United States Naval Academy, but I paid back every dime of that American dream with 25 years of service in Navy Special Operations.
Man, the amount of special ops and military guys that are running this cycle as Republicans is just staggering.
I saw combat in Iraq, Afghanistan, and Somalia. I retired as captain of the United States Navy, and now I stand before you as a Republican nominee for the United States Senate in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Only in America, ladies and gentlemen, only in America. But we're losing our country. Under Joe Biden, millions of illegal aliens flood our borders. They fly Hamas flags on our campuses, and they shout death to America. As an immigrant to this great country, let me be very clear to everyone who comes here. Don't ask for the American dream if you're not willing to obey the American laws and embrace the American culture. Because I did. I love this country so much that I wrote a blank check up to and including my life. I'm running against Hillary's running mate, Senator Tim Kaine. Kaine is a weak man in a dangerous world. We only have one thing in common. The American taxpayer signed our paychecks for 30 years. Except Kaine is a career politician with millions of dollars to show for it. I've been a warrior with scars to prove it, and I'm damn proud of it. In November, the left will vote for the hatred of one man. We will vote for love. Love of God, love of family, and love for the greatest nation on earth. And Virginia will elect me and President Trump, and together we will save America. My name is Hung Kao. I'm the next senator from the Commonwealth of Virginia, and I'm not done fighting for us. May God bless you, may God bless President Trump, and may God bless the United States of America.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Rick Scott of Florida.
Live coverage of the 2024 Republican National Committee here on the Crusade Radio Network. If you're watching on YouTube, give us the thumbs up, please, and subscribe to the channel. We only need 9 of you to subscribe tonight to cross the 900 mark threshold. Thank you very much in advance. I'd love to announce that before the end of this hour.
Thank you. You can tell them from the great state of Florida. Well, the Democrats couldn't stop him. The media couldn't stop him. The liberal judges couldn't stop him. A bullet from a madman couldn't stop him. Can anything stop Donald Trump from becoming the next president and making America great again? I've known Donald since before each of us ran for office, and it's an honor to be here to do everything I can to get him reelected back in the White House where he should belong every day going forward. Now, like all of you, I'm blessed. I was born to a single mom. I grew up in public housing. I started working at the age of 7. I enlisted in the U.S. Navy at the age of 18. Go Navy. But only because I grew up in America, I was able, like many of you, to come from absolutely nothing to build one of the biggest companies in the world, be the 45th governor of Florida, a U.S. senator, where we have to fight every day to stop the radical Democrats from absolutely destroying our great country. They will lose, we will win. USA, USA. We will win. Now, let me tell you about a dream I had recently. I had a dream and I did some time traveling. I traveled into the future to an imaginary world where actually Joe Biden got reelected. Yeah. So, remember the Christmas Carol, the ghost of Christmas past? Well, in my dream, I met the ghost of Biden's future. So I got to see a Biden second term. Now, it wasn't a dream, it was a nightmare. Mortgage rates skyrocketed to 15%. Only rich people could buy groceries. Gas was $10 a gallon. In my nightmare, Biden and the Democrats erased our southern border and flew so many illegals into our country that the Mexican cartel started getting frequent flyer miles. It was easy for Democrats to rig the elections. They simply allowed all the non-citizens to vote. America did nothing to protect Israel from terrorists or to stop China from invading Taiwan. Now, do any of you think this is far-fetched? No. If you do, you haven't been following it. Biden and the Democrats are doing everything they can to tear down this great country and rebuild it in their woke, radical image. Their dream's not new. It's an old, evil idea that has failed every time it's been tried. It's called socialism. And Donald J. Trump will not let socialism happen in this country. Think about it. Under Trump, we had a booming economy. We weren't at war. Our enemies feared us. Our allies respected us. We had a secure border. Inflation and mortgage rates were low. And families had money in the bank. Donald Trump has given up a lot for this country. His family's been slandered. He's been impeached, censored, treated as a criminal, all because he never backs down. This week, he's shown the courage all of us should display as we rally around him to rescue our great country. So, let's fight, 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 and make sure Donald Trump gets reelected. Have a great night. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Congressman Jeff Van Drew of New Jersey.
This is the guy that famously became a Republican. He entered Congress in 2018 as a Democrat.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Van Drew. Tonight I want to tell you my story. I am a proud Republican, but I haven't always been a Republican. I was elected to several offices in South Jersey and eventually was sent to the United States Congress, all of them as a conservative Democrat. Along the way, I noticed that I didn't like what the Democrats had become as a party. But more importantly, I didn't like what the Democratic Party was doing to our great United States of America. To the independents, and especially to the forgotten Democrats out there, for a moment I want to speak to you. I know how you feel tonight, because that's how I felt back in 2019. You feel like your party has left you behind, because it has. You feel like your party doesn't care about American workers and American working families, because it doesn't. And you are worried that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are hurting our country, because they are. I felt the same way. So after being a Democrat to vote against impeaching Donald Trump, I took a long walk with my chief of staff. I remember saying to her that perhaps my time in elected office was done. And you know what? I was okay with that. There was no way I could be a Democrat anymore. But then I received a call from the White House. President Trump asked me to meet with him. We spoke about family, faith, freedom, and friendship. He has been my good friend ever since that day. He said that I should be a Republican. I said, Mr. President, I will be a Republican. He said he would stick by me, and he always has. Ladies and gentlemen, after the tragic shooting last Saturday, we need to come together. All of us, Republicans, Democrats, and independents, we need to be the shining city on the hill, a nation that empowers us to do extraordinary things. We will conquer new challenges. We will reach new heights. And we will blaze new trails of greatness. We will make America great again. And we will elect Donald Trump this November. Now I have a question for you, and I'll give you the answer. The answer is yes. But we want to hear your answer from the East Coast to the West Coast and around the world. Can you do this? Will we win in November? Will we win in November? God bless you. God bless Donald Trump. And God bless the greatest country that ever existed on the face of the earth, the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chair of the United States House of Representatives Republican Conference, Congresswoman Elise Stefanik of New York.
We always say that this is the most important election in our lifetime, but we know deep down this one truly is. Our Constitution and the soul of our very nation are on the ballot. Under Joe Biden, the American people have suffered crisis after crisis. From the Biden border, the most wide-open border in our nation's history, to Bidenflation, the highest rate of inflation in my lifetime, devastating hardworking families with skyrocketing prices for groceries, gas, and utilities. To Biden's violent crime crisis, fueled by Democrats' pro-criminal sanctuary cities and defund the police policies like we have seen in my home state of New York. All while corrupt Democrat prosecutors and judges wage illegal and unconstitutional lawfare against President Trump in an effort to do Joe Biden's political bidding. And around the world, the feckless and failed Joe Biden has caused chaos, weakening our national security. From the catastrophic withdrawal from Afghanistan, to Putin's invasion of Ukraine, to Hamas's terrorist attack against our most precious ally, Israel. And let me ask you a question. What has been the response from the radical left on our college campuses? Vile anti-Semitism, chanting death to Israel, death to Jews, death to America. This is Joe Biden's Democrat Party. Who saw that congressional hearing with the college presidents of so-called elite universities? Oh, wait, they are former presidents. You know, I asked one simple question at that hearing. It was not a political question. It was a moral question, and that was this. Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate your university's code of conduct? And one after the other, said it depends on the context. Let me tell you, America knows it does not depend on the context. President Trump will bring back moral leadership to the White House, condemning anti-Semitism and standing strong with Israel and the Jewish people. President Trump will once again deliver the most secure border in our nation's history and unleash the American economy. And he will bring peace through strength as Commander-in-Chief, standing with our allies and causing our enemies to fear us. President Trump has done it before, and he will do it again. This November, we are counting on you, we the people, to save America by electing President Donald J. Trump. It is clear for the whole world to see nothing, absolutely nothing will stop President Trump from standing and fighting for our great country. And I have been proud to always stand in the breach during the toughest moments for President Trump, from leading the charge against illegal impeachments, to standing for election integrity, to unifying House Republicans, to proudly being the first member of Congress to endorse him for re-election. And as we embark on the difficult path ahead to save America, call upon Galatians 6:9. And let us not grow weary of doing good, for in due season we will reap if we do not give up. We the people will never give up on President Trump, and we will never give up on the United States of America. God bless you, God bless President Donald J. Trump, and God bless the United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Majority Whip of the United States House of Representatives, Congressman Tom Emmer of Minnesota.
How about that, Stefanik? Thank you. Thank you. I'm Tom Emmer, a proud American and a proud Minnesotan and the majority whip in the United States House of Representatives. In 2022, Americans elected our House Republican majority to stop the Biden-Harris agenda. In spite of having one of the smallest majorities in history, House Republicans have held the line. We fought back against the Democrats' reckless spending that imposed record-breaking inflation on the hardworking Americans. We passed bills such as the Lower Energy Costs Act and the Rein-in Inflation Act to counteract Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's failed economic agenda and to restore some fiscal sanity to Washington. We ended the vaccine mandate in our military. We passed over a dozen bills gutting specific Biden-Harris regulations. We passed the Parents' Bill of Rights. We investigated the Chinese Communist Party. We stopped the D.C. crime bill that would have made our nation's capital simply too dangerous to visit. And we passed the strongest border security bill in decades. Get ready, because when we grow our majority, when we flip the Senate, and when we send President Donald J. Trump back to the White House, we won't just be holding the line anymore, we'll be moving forward. We will turn America First principles into law. I know firsthand that Minnesotans can't afford 4 more years of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. That's right. Which is why I'm confident that we will make history this November when we turn Minnesota red for the first time in 50 years. The Democrats' disastrous record on crime, trade, and regulation has ruined the lives of countless Minnesotans. When Minneapolis was in flames and businesses were in ruins, Kamala Harris encouraged and enabled the criminals and the rioters. Oh, it gets worse. She even promoted a fund to release the criminals from jail. It doesn't get reported much in our media, but one criminal Kamala Harris freed in Minneapolis went on to murder a man in St. Paul, Minnesota. Donald Trump stands with the people and the police, our men and women in blue, not with the criminals and the rioters. Donald Trump also fought for Minnesota workers and farmers, fighting back against Chinese trade abuses, ending NAFTA, and replacing it with the USMCA. Joe Biden voted for NAFTA and China's entry into the WTO, devastating Minnesota's economy. And Kamala Harris, she opposed tariffs on China. Of course, when they aren't outsourcing our jobs through bad trade deals, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are destroying them through taxes and regulation. They are America last. But next year, Donald Trump, with the support of Trump majorities in the House and Senate, will put America first again. Thank you. And I'm confident that together we are going to make America great again. God bless you. May God continue to bless Donald Trump and his family, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen,
if only
please
the
welcome
House
the Majority
Republicans
Leader of the United
had
States
done
House
that.
of Representatives, Congressman Steve Scalise of Louisiana.
For those of you who don't know, Scalise and I were young Republicans together in 1990, 91, 92, and 93. when he ran for state representative and has been in politics ever since, my old buddy Steve.
God bless each and every one of you. I'm House Majority Leader Steve Scalise from the great state of Louisiana. Now, I was born in New Orleans, so I've seen some crazy things in my time. But New Orleans has nothing on Washington, D.C. these past 4 years. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have spent your tax dollars trashing America's finances in ways no sane or sober-minded person ever would. Let's talk energy. They've eroded the American energy dominance that President Trump delivered. Joe Biden approved the Nord Stream pipeline for Russia, but he killed the Keystone pipeline here at home. Thousands of American jobs gone. It doesn't end there. Biden let Iran and Venezuela export their oil, but he stopped liquefied natural gas exports here in America. President Biden's not done. President Biden waived taxes on Chinese solar panels, but he raised taxes on Americans. When we elect Donald Trump as our next president and expand our Republican House majority, we will end the Democrats' assault on American energy once and for all. Now let's look at taxes. Biden and Harris want a $5 trillion tax hike. In our first 100 days, President Trump and a Republican majority will make the Trump tax cuts permanent. And yes, we will end taxes on tips and deliver another tax cut for working families. On the border, Biden and Harris opened it up to the entire world. Prisons are being emptied. President Trump and a Republican majority will repass H.R. 2, the strongest border security bill in decades. We will lock down the border, and yes, we will finish building the wall. Our most sacred right as citizens, voting. Biden and Harris want illegals to vote now that they've opened up the border. Republicans will repass the SAVE Act to block illegal aliens from voting in our elections. On foreign policy, Biden and Harris brought us weakness and war. President Trump and a Republican majority will begin rebuilding our military and will end the woke indoctrination in its ranks. We will restore American power and peace. On education, Biden and Harris opposed school choice. They actually investigated parents at school boards. President Trump and a Republican majority will pass legislation expanding school choice and will repass the Parents' Bill of Rights. Parents should be free to choose what their children are taught and where. Now, lastly, I need to say something about Saturday's attempt on President Trump's life. Many of you know I was the survivor of a politically motivated shooting in 2017. Not many know that while I was fighting for my life, Donald Trump was one of the first to come console my family at the hospital. That's the kind of leader he is. Courageous under fire. Compassionate towards others. Let's put Donald Trump back in the White House this November so we can make America great again. God bless you. May Donald Trump continue to receive God's blessing, and God bless these great United States of America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Mike Johnson of Louisiana.
Good evening, my friends. What an amazing crowd, and what a great time it is to unite our party and to send President Donald Trump back to the White House. That's what we're going to do. But we're not just uniting as Republicans. We're uniting today as Americans in the wake of the assassination attempt on the life of President Trump. Everyone hear me clearly and listen to me at home and make no mistake. The House is conducting an immediate and thorough investigation of these tragic events. And that work has already begun. The American people deserve to know the truth, and we will ensure accountability. I promise you that. I promise you that. This has always been an important principle to us. We in the Republican Party are the law and order team. We always have been, and we always will be, the advocates for the rule of law. And we all know that that principle, as well as many others, is in serious jeopardy today. See, we've come to a moment in America where the basic things that we once took for granted are being openly challenged like never before. My friends, we are no longer just in a battle between two opposing political parties. We are, but it's not just ours versus these anymore. We're now in the midst of a struggle between two completely different visions of who we are as Americans and what our country will be. The Republican Party stands for the foundational truths that made America the greatest nation in the history of the world. We are the most free, the most powerful, the most benevolent nation that has ever been. It's not even close. It's not even close. But we have no guarantee that this grand experiment in self-governance can endure unless we respond to the call to keep it. 248 years ago, we boldly proclaimed in our Declaration that all men are created equal, not born equal, created equal, and that we're endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. See, we understand that our rights do not come from government, they come from God. There's another thing that we recognize. We recognize that we are made in His image. And because of that, every single person has inestimable dignity and value. And your value is not related in any way to the color of your skin, what zip code you live in, where you come from, what your talents are, or what you can contribute to society. Your value is inherent because it is given to you by your Creator. That's what we stand for. I speak a lot about what I call the 7 core principles of American conservatism. What do we stand for as Republicans, they want to know? I think it boils down to a few things: individual freedom, limited government, the rule of law, peace through strength, fiscal responsibility, free markets, and human dignity. Indeed, those are the 7 core principles of American conservatism, but they're actually the core principles of our republic itself. And while they resonate in our hearts and in the hearts of most Americans, listen to me, the radical, woke, progressive left has disdain for those principles, all right? They have a very different vision for what America should become. They want to tear down those foundations and remold us into some sort of borderless, lawless, Marxist, socialist utopia. We're here to say, not on our watch. We will not allow that to happen. It was just 3 weeks ago that Kelly and I dropped off our oldest son at the Naval Academy. That's right. In 4 years, he'll graduate, and he'll join the 1.3 million active duty service members who bravely defend our country. We're so proud of Jack and all our children, but like most parents today, we're concerned about their future. America can't risk 4 more years of Joe Biden's weakness that has invited so much aggression by our enemies. We can't survive the dramatic increases in violence, crime, and drugs that the Democrats' policies have brought upon our communities. And we cannot allow the many millions of illegal aliens they've allowed to cross our borders to harm our citizens, drain our resources, or disrupt our elections. We will not allow it. My friends, we're watching the principles of faith, family, and freedom that once defined our nation now being trampled underfoot by the radical left. As President Trump raised his fist and gave a rally cry on Saturday, now is our time to fight, and we will. We're in a fateful battle of ideas, my friends, and we have to recognize that. But in this battle, and in November, the American people will reject the party of self-destruction, and they will elect the party of peace and prosperity and opportunity. The GOP will grow our House majority, we will take back the Senate, and we will return Donald J. Trump to the White House. Standing arm in arm, we will make America safe again. Listen, we reach out tonight to everyone watching at home. We invite all Americans who believe in the promise of our great nation to join us in this fateful battle. We can and we will reverse this current decline. We can restore our founding principles, and we can preserve this exceptional nation that God has entrusted to us, and what Abraham Lincoln referred to as the last best hope of man on the earth. Thank you so much. God bless you, God bless our troops, and God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome businessman Vivek Ramaswamy of Ohio.
Finally! Common sense coming to the floor. Crusade Radio Network. This is Mike Church here with Mike Parrott and Richard Barrett. We are just waiting for a little break in the action to rejoin you with some commentary. Back to the stage with Vivek Magaswamy.
Love it. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the.
By the way, having met him in person,
it's good to be back in Milwaukee.
That's what he looks
this time
like.
last year, I was a candidate for U.S.
I'll tell you all about it in a minute.
I'm proud to say that I achieved the impossible, which is that most of you actually know how to say my name by now. So thank you for that. It's good to be back. We're in the middle of a national identity crisis right now. Faith, patriotism, hard work, and family have disappeared, only to be replaced by race, gender, sexuality, and climate. But we're not going to win this election just by criticizing the other side. We're going to win this by standing for our own vision of who we really are. What does it mean to be a Republican in the year 2024? What does it mean to be an American in the year 2024? It means we believe in the ideals of 1776. It means we believe in merit, that you get ahead in this country not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. It means we believe in the rule of law, and I say this as the kid of legal immigrants to this country. That means your first act of entering this country cannot break the law. That is why we will seal the southern border on day one. Thank you. It means the people who we elect to run the government ought to be the ones who actually run the government, not unelected bureaucrats in the deep state. These are not black ideas or white ideas.
They are not even Democrat ideas or Republican ideas. They are American ideas that we fought a revolution to secure. And the man who will revive these ideals in the United States of America is your next president, the 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. If you want to seal the border, vote Trump. If you want to restore law and order in this country, vote Trump. If you want to reignite the economy in this country, vote Trump. If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump. But there is one more reason I'm going to ask you to vote Trump, and it's the most important one. It's the one the media won't talk about, but it's the truth. Donald Trump is the president who will actually unite this country, not through empty words, but through action. Because you know what? Success is unifying. Excellence is unifying. That's who we are as Americans. That's who we've always been. To those of you watching this at home tonight, I'd like to deliver a message that the media doesn't want you to hear from the Republican Party. Our message to black Americans is this. The media has tried to convince you for decades that Republicans don't care about your communities, but we do. We want for you what we want for every American. Safe neighborhoods, clean streets, good jobs, a better life for your children, and a justice system that treats everyone equally, regardless of your skin color and regardless of your political beliefs. Our message to every legal immigrant in this country is this. You're like my parents. You deserve the opportunity to secure a better life for your children in America. But our message to illegal immigrants is also this. We will return you to your country of origin, not because you're all bad people, but because you broke the law. And the United States of America was founded on the rule of law.
Finally!
Our message to millennials, speaking as one myself. Yes, it's true. Our government sold us a false bill of goods with the Iraq War and the 2008 financial crisis, loading up our national debt that falls on our generation's shoulders, telling us that if we took out college loans, we'd somehow get a head start on the American dream when it hasn't worked out that way. But we can't just be cynical about our country because the United States of America is still the last best hope that we have. And we deserve a better class of politician, one who actually tells us the truth, even if it comes with some mean tweets from time to time.
Gotta love the mean tweet.
And our message to Gen Z is this. You're going to be the generation that actually saves this country. You want to be a rebel? You want to be a hippie? You want to stick it to the man? Show up on your college campus and try calling yourself a conservative. Say you want to get married, have kids, teach them to believe in God and pledge allegiance to their country. Because you know what? Fear has been infectious in this country, but courage can be contagious too. That too is what it means to be an American.
Yeah!
And you know what? If you're at home and you disagree with everything I just said, our message to you is this. We will still defend to the death your right to say it, because that is who we are as Americans. We are the country where we can disagree like hell and still get together at the dinner table at the end of it. That is the America I know. That is the America we miss. We do not have to be ancient Rome. We don't have to be this nation in decline. We can still be a nation in our ascent. A nation whose best days, not in some fake politician way, but in a true way, a nation whose best days are actually still ahead of us. Still on our way to that shining city on a hill, that country where no matter who you are, or where your parents came from, or what your skin color is, or how long your last name is, that you will still get ahead in this country with your own hard work, your own commitment, your own dedication, and that you know what? You are free to speak your mind at every step of the way. That is the American dream. That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what reunited us after the Civil War. That is what won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. That is what still gives hope to the free world. And if we can revive that dream over group identity and victimhood and grievance, then nobody in the world, not a nation, not a corporation, not a virus, not China, is going to defeat us. That is what American exceptionalism is all about. And that is what we will revive this November when we send Donald J. Trump back to the White House. Thank you all. God bless you and your families. And may God bless our United States of America. Thank you. Thank you.
Now that's a speech. You're listening to or watching live coverage of the 2024 RNC.
Please welcome American icon, singer-songwriter Lee Greenwood.
If he's going to sing, no. All right, let me bring Mike Parrott and Richard Barrett in here for a little crosstalk here. Let's take care of some business here. We don't work 16 hours a day for free. You could leave a tip in the tip jar, crusadechannel.com/donate. That includes all of you watching on YouTube. As an extra ask on the YouTube, you could also subscribe to the YouTube channel, the Crusade Radio Network. 9 of you do that tonight. We get to 900. Maybe 109 of you do it, and there's more than enough there to do it. Then we get to 1,000. Mike Parrott is back here with us. Let's pick up where we were talking about with the great story of Sam Brown, and when you wear the wounds of war on you as Brown does. To get up every morning and you go like, no, I'm not done fighting for America here. I don't know the entirety of his personal story, but I can tell you that there's something that is moving about that guy. And I know it's you have to kind of get used to his physical appearance. But if I lived in Nevada, I would be a Sam Brown guy.
I think that's a very reasonable opinion. And I think that America does a pretty good job of honoring her veterans. Obviously, the left doesn't tend to like veterans too much. But it's also one of those issues that I think is evolving a little bit and is becoming a little bit more nuanced and complicated. Here's why I say that. We were just subjected to how many veterans. I think you cut in and we're like, how many special operators are on the stage tonight running for Congress and et cetera. Every single one of them came up and said, I wrote a blank check up to and including my life. You know, it starts to lose its meaning when we hear it 50 times in one night.
Yeah.
And it gets a little cheesy. And I guess I have to be the one to say that because I am a veteran of 2 wars, and I actually did get shot at. But here's the thing. That's life. That's life on planet Earth. Life is violent. You know, and some people in the audience have experienced even worse trauma than I ever have. They've been in violent car accidents or plane crashes or trampoline accidents or whatever it is. The human body is frail. People have injuries. People have trauma and drama and sadness and pain and injuries and all kinds of stuff. I think that this issue, Mike, is one of those issues that this may be the last Republican National Convention where you just see it so in the, I wrote a blank check. Because you know what? All of us now looking back on retrospect, even J.D. Vance, who rushed to raise his right hand just like I did, looks back on it and says, why was I in a forever war? Why was I nation building? What the hell was I doing over there anyway? So it's one of those things where this is entirely Trump. Trump has evolved the Republican Party. On this issue, he was the only one standing on a stage of 17 to say, hey, Jeb, your brother screwed up.
Yeah. Well, his brother did screw up. And then, they made a movie back in, 2020, I want to say, summer of 2020. What was the Pratt movie? What was it called? For Tomorrow War. But Tomorrow War basically was kind of a metaphor for Forever War. because they had a war in the future, and they found a way to have a time portal, and they came back to try to stop the war in the future, but they failed, so it was going to be a war that was going to actually happen forever. Robert F. Kennedy, RFK Jr., has a video out now that one of his campaign guys has put out, and it is all about bringing an end to the forever war. No nation can stay and can continue to be at war for as long as the United States has and expect to survive. Now, to his credit, Trump did not start any new wars. We had special operations. He took out Soleimani, and I want to say that was a special op in Syria. This is supposedly why the Iranians want to kill him in retribution for taking out Soleimani. But Soleimani was in a theater of operation. He was a known operator. He was a known. You can call him a terrorist if you want to, or you can call him a successful Iranian special ops guy, right? Because to an Iranian, Soleimani is a war hero. To an American, he's a terrorist. Apparently, to the Syrians and others, he's somewhere in between. But this is the narrative. If you haven't heard the story today, that the Iranians are the ones that supposedly ordered the hit or wanted to take out President Trump, which I wanted to go back to that and talk about that for just a moment, because we're talking a little bit about, okay, how did the kid, and I mentioned my friend Frank Wright, who was on the show today. You heard Frank. Frank has military experience, Bafo military experience. Frank says, no way that punk climbed that ladder in that heat, bear crawled on his belly with that weapon in that amount of time, got set up perfectly and got a clean shot and got it off and almost took out the president. Frank also said that what they wanted on international television was Trump's exploded head. Yep. A body shot kills him. A shot across the torso with that weapon at that distance blows his innards out. That bullet is tumbling, right?
That has been my biggest question about this. That's been my biggest question about this. Look, when you train on the rifle, 2 to the chest, 1 to the head, 2 to the chest, 1 to the head. I mean, it's so second nature now. That's mostly close quarters combat. Barrett can weigh in on that as well. You do box drills. If you've got 3 opponents shooting at you, it's chest, 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 head, head, head. But when you're at 165 yards or whatever, and you think you might miss the head, go for the sure thing. Shoot him in the heart. Shoot him in the lungs. He's 70-something years old. He's not going to survive that.
You don't shoot.
So can I jump in real quick, guys? I don't mean to interrupt. I know you guys are on a roll. Real quick on the narrative on that, Mike. I'm pretty sure we saw the video of the hole in the side of Trump's jacket.
Yes.
People are speculating. There is soft level 4 plates that can wrap around, and they can stop 5.56 2.23. So I would be remiss if I didn't at least mention that there is a possibility he could be wearing that. But to Mike Parrott's point, the age the man has, the shock from it probably still would have caused severe damage as well.
I would think so. I mean, you're talking about broken ribs at a minimum. Yeah. You're talking about his body. There would be some kind of reaction to that. I saw the hole in the jacket too, and I'm not disagreeing with you. And I'm just saying, okay, maybe Trump is a bigger beast than any of us can imagine if he did take one to the belly and hasn't talked about it. Hasn't grifted on it, I mean, he's the grifter and king. He gets up and is like, "Oh yeah, I can grift my ear. It's great." The last time an ear's been grifted was like Mike Tyson biting an ear. I mean, this is. Well,
I could tell you could tell by his body motions yesterday. He walked in. I wouldn't say he was spry walking into the RNC last night. Richard, did you see it?
Yes, I did. Yeah, Trump, one of the things that people love about him is that he just seems like he's constantly having energy. He's just always on no matter what. You could tell after a very emotional and very traumatic psychologically, Trump hasn't actually processed this yet because he's been going.
That's good.
And I'm not saying he's going to have a breakdown, but there's going to be a point where he's going to actually have to take some time, and maybe it's after the convention, once he has Vance and send Vance out on his way to barnstorm the country and he can take a couple days. There is a psychological ramifications of being shot.
PTSD.
Yeah. So he's going to have to deal with that. And you could kind of tell that he's just, he is spread as thin as he can be at this point. And of course, he's going to push as much, positivity as possible. But he looked tired, and I don't blame him for looking tired last night.
Now, on the other hand, he did go golfing over the weekend.
No, that's an old tape. Mike Lee screwed that up. That's an old tape. That has. I didn't believe that when I saw it, and that's an old tape. That is from I can't remember 6 months ago or whenever, but he did not go golfing yesterday. Okay. He was laying up in a bed recuperating somewhere. I want to focus in on the and there's the mayor of Dallas is speaking right now at the RNC. We'll rejoin in just a moment. The point that Frank was making and other people have made. If you wanted to kill him, the surefire shot from whatever distance, you guys are both marksmen. I'm not. I have shot the rifle. I probably would have missed too. I probably would have hit someone in the crowd 3 rows over. That's just me because I'm a bad shot. I don't get a lot of practice. But the sure shot to kill him would have been across the chest. That's what almost killed Congressman Scalise. That bullet went in on the right side of his oblique muscle, came out on the left side just above his spleen, and tore everything in between, which is why he almost died. So if the objective was just to kill him, then the body shot would have been the shot. It seems to me that the objective was, 1, to kill him, Mike Parrott and Richard Barrett. I got Parrott Barrett here today, and I haven't tongue twisted yet. Parrott Barrett, the objective was to kill him, but it was to kill him in such a sensational style to scare the bejesus about out of any one of you or us to ever going to anything that was a Make America Great or even a Make America kind of moderate again rally in public, as you would be scared to do so. That is terrorism. That is diabolical. That's the enemy wanting an actual kill shot that doesn't just kill the guy at the head of the movement. It cuts the head off the snake, but it scares the remaining part of the snake or snake babies into submission, and they go like, okay, uncle, we give. Now, I don't think that would have been the result, but it seems to me that psychologically speaking, that was the goal. Blow his head up on international television.
That's a bullseye. You hit the nail on the head. It's scary if you get shot in the stomach and you got a white dress shirt on and you see some blood and he's rushed away and then he dies 12 hours later in the hospital. Yeah. It's a spectacle if his head explodes and he's dead before he hits the floor.
Yes.
You're exactly right that's what they're going for.
Yeah, I completely agree on that. I mean, think how many times we've broken down the Zapruder film and that's in low def. Imagine this was going to be in high def from 1,700 different angles.
Yep.
So it would have been dissected, and it would have been a nice. It would have been a second. The joke is like whoever gets into the Oval Office, they have their agenda, and they're like, "I'm going to cut taxes. I'm going to get rid of the IRS,and they slide the picture of Kennedy over, and they're like, "You're going to do what we want you to do," and then they slide it back. They wouldn't have had to slide it across, picture across Mike and Mike. They would have just had a PowerPoint presentation and been like, "This is Exhibit A, and this is the 17 different angles in which we took out Donald Trump. So make sure you fund this next war," or whatever the case may be.
Now, let me say something to all of you listening and watching out here on our beloved little Crusade Radio network. We just gave a car away, and I want to thank you all for participating. And that got us over a hump. Thank you very much. But wouldn't you like to see more Mike Parrott, more Richard Barrett, more Mike Church, more Fiorella, more KV Turley? I would. So make the donation that Josh K just made at crusadechannel.com/donate, or subscribe to the YouTube channel. Organically, we're on the precipice of 1,000 subscribers. We need 108 now. That's probably you that's watching this for free on YouTube and refusing to be a subscriber. Why? It's free, dude. You do it for, I didn't start a name here. You do it for Restoring the Faith Media. You do it. You do it for the Mag Dump. So do it for the Crusade. And you get the Mag Dump, and you get Restoring the Faith Media. So subscribe to the Crusade Radio Network. Secondly, Guys, we're not watching the events, and I think the events of the USCCB would actually be worse than this. We're not watching the events of the USCCB. This is not a Latin Mass convention here. This is the Republican National Convention. Where the RNC's job is to raise money, field candidates, and win elections. Its job is not for conversions. It's not working for Jesus Christ. It's not working for his church. It's working for the Republican Party so that it beats the Democrat Party in political battles in the United States of America. This is what you do if that's what your goal is. You do things that make people go, yay, USA, USA, because the ultimate goal is to raise more money, field better candidates, win more elections. Now, you can say that, well, if you did that, they went all Christian conservative and all that. Christians love to talk a good game. They don't actually follow through on most instances. You know, Eric Sammons broke it down today on the show today, Mike. I think Richard might have heard it. I don't know if you got a chance to. Eric Sammons was like, giving the stats. And Eric Sammons goes like, what J.D. Vance has said, if you were to just quote him purely on what he said about mifepristone and the abortion pill and all that stuff, J.D. Vance is in agreement with about 88% of American Catholics with that position. That's the fact. We are in an infinitesimal minority. I don't even know if the tradies can be measured as a percentage, Mike Parrott. You know, you have, well, you did have, Father Martin was living. Father Martin's in Florida now, right?
He is, yep.
But you still get visited by priests. You're a member of one of the most conservative dioceses in the United States. Your state got tanked on an abortion referendum. Your state is a very Catholic state. Kansas City is one of the most Catholic cities in the United States. You have St. Mary's right there. You have a giant presence with the SSPX. You have and St. Mary's was a great school. Well, before they built this magnificent cathedral there. You can't say the conservative and conservative Catholics aren't in Kansas, but they're not going to win any elections.
No, you're exactly right. They're not going to win any elections. And as a matter of fact, I had a traditional priest pop in last night, first time to the house, and I broke the news to him that J.D. Vance was the nominee for the vice presidency. And this is a very reserved fellow. He's a European. And he stood up and he cheers and he shouted and he shrieked and he said, "Blessed be God. This is the best candidate that Donald Trump could have chosen. This is one of the greatest days in the history of your country." He's not from America. Your country. This is a Catholic priest who wears a cassock. Now, do
I know him?
I'm not sure that you would, but I'll tell you who it is later.
Okay.
But nevertheless, this is a guy who understands exactly what you just said, King Dude. We can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. I actually long for a Catholic fascist. Okay, I'm not going to get that anytime soon. Trump is pretty dang close, and I'm happy enough with that.
He is pretty close to being a Catholic fascist.
He's closer than Biden anyway. And look, at the end of the day, we don't live in a monarchy. We don't live in an aristocracy. We don't live in a fascist or a corporatist state or whatever it is. We live in a representative democracy. Now we can all kind of band together to change that if we want to. And that's fine, and I love that idea, and I support it. I'd be the first guy to support it. Let's get a Habsburg in charge of these United States. I'm down for that. But we live in a system right now. We got choices that are concrete that are in front of us. I love talking about the possible, and I love being unburdened by what has been. Thank you, Kamala. But at the end of the day, in November, I got to vote for somebody, and I'm going to vote for Donald J. Trump. I just am. And I know that he's not going to be perfect on abortion, and I know that he's not going to build the wall, even though he says he will, and he's a liar about that. But I also understand that this is the most reasonable choice that I can make for my family, for my community, for my parish.
So let me just say something about traditionalism and its impact. Let's talk to Richard Barrett for a moment. Richard was a Novus Ordo Catholic, and I'm not knocking you, bro. Richard kind of heard what we were doing here on the Crusade Radio Network. He met Brother Andre, and he went to enough TLMs that he decided for himself and his family that taking a shot at tradition was something that he thought that he should do, and that it would be good for him and Elizabeth. Richard, I'm not speaking out of turn, am I?
No.
Okay.
In fact, the first example of traditionalism was at St. Benedict at the conference a couple years ago.
So, but you were converted, if you will, by experience. You saw the beauty, you saw the solemnity, you saw the reverence, you saw the tradition in action, if you will. And when you were exposed to it, it took a little bit of time, but the conversion ultimately happened. And to this day, correct me if I'm wrong, you still seek out the TLM wherever you are.
That's correct. With the reversion back to the faith around the time of the start of the Crusade channel, the longing to be closer to our Lord and Savior and just not getting it out of the current masses that were offered to me, and then hearing about this other option that existed, kind of resisting it for a little bit, just because it was outside of the norm. Then got the first crack at it in New Hampshire, fell in love with it, because you know it when you see it. It's kind of like other things. You don't know how you're going to react until you actually be a part of it. And I think I'll let my beautiful wife sum it up best. The last time we had to go to a Novus Ordo for one reason or another, we had to go to that, and that's how my family goes. We will actually attend. We'll make sure we get to Mass on Sunday. That's pretty much our goal on that. But she walked out and she looked at me and she says, "We just can't do that anymore. we just can't. We gotta figure out whatever we got to do. We just have to go to the Latin Mass." And so, my wife is 100% on board, full speed, and so we go to
you go to Austin, Baylor. Don't you?
No, Austin lost it. St. Mary's in Austin, the cathedral, used to be the place you could go. There were two places for me because Austin, the Diocese of Austin, extends from Austin all the way up to Waco. It's a massive diocese. It had St. Mary's, and that was, had low mass, high mass, had all that stuff. And then there was one tiny mass in Baylor University at the chapel. If you've ever seen the Mass of the Ages, you've seen the theological professor there. He's in the Mass of the Ages movies. He's at those, and they have them during the school year. They have the anticipatory Mass. They call it the anticipatory Latin Mass on Saturday nights. Now that we're in the summer sessions, they have them on Sunday mornings at 10:30. So we're able to attend the Latin Mass in all its glory at the college.
And there's a great irony in that. By the way, because we are covering the Republican National Convention here, Trump has made his appearance. He has the blue tie on tonight. He still has the gauze bandage over the right ear. He's about to ascend the stairs back up to his seat. Again, he was escorted in by a gauntlet of men. Very large men in Secret Service attire. Folks, I did kind of a sidebar on this and brought this up to say that tradition is finding a foothold in the United States, and it ultimately is the future, and everybody knows it. It doesn't mean it's going to win any elections anytime soon, but it doesn't mean that you have to abandon it because of that. So I went to Mass today on behalf of all of you and prayed for all of you. Today is the Feast of Our Lady of Mount Carmel. I go to Our Lady of Mount Carmel here in Mandeville. I am blessed to have an extraordinarily conservative, old-school priest, Father Damien Zablocki. And I actually took this St. Augustine medal that you can see around my neck as you're watching covers tonight, and touched it to a relic of the veil of the Blessed Virgin Mary. So I now have a second-class relic from Our Lady around my neck. My point is that you work a tradition and keep working at it. And don't worry about how many elections you're going to win. And don't worry about the fact that they brought a shaman to the RNC. There's nothing you can do about it. It's their gig. They currently run politics. Pray that many more of them convert, that there are more J.D. Vances in there. Pray that there are more traditional Catholics, or even hell, Catholics that just practice the dang faith, that run for office and take it seriously. And I say that is actually making progress, and I think that the progress is being made. Let me just listen in on the sound here. Okay, so Trump is there with Vance.
Can we start a petition on change.org to get him to finally use Real American at this point? He's been shot at. Can he finally use the Real American Hulk Hogan music? I'm sorry, I just have to. I mean, if there's any other time for him to use, I give him permission. He can use the music. That's okay.
He can use the Barrett Brief theme song?
He can use the official motto, the official theme song of St. Josephsburg. It's okay. I mean, can we do that? That there's no more appropriate time. I'm sorry, I had to kick in on that.
Well, I think that since Trump is coming on, it
should be a slam dunk.
All right, they're playing a video of Biden right now at the RNC. Back to the RNC. Wow.
Gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator Ted Cruz of Texas.
Oh, no. Richard, you were a listener back in 2016 when me and Kreslins were covering this convention, and Ted Cruz came on. Mike Parrott, do you remember this? He came on stage. He was supposed to endorse Trump, and instead he said he would never vote for him. And Trump was sitting right there in the audience here. So let's see if he pulls a Ted Cruz. I'm the most conservative. It should be me and not you, Donald.
And let me start by giving thanks to God Almighty for protecting President Trump. And for turning his head on Saturday as the shot was fired. Together we lift up in prayer all of our leaders for protection. And our prayers are in particular with the family of Fire Chief Corey Comparatore and the others injured on Saturday. Never before has an election mattered so much. We are facing an invasion on our southern border. Not figuratively, a literal invasion. 11.5 million people have crossed our border illegally under Joe Biden. Look around you. This arena holds about 18,000 souls. Now imagine 639 arenas just like this, filled to the brim. That is 11.5 million people, larger than all but 8 states in the nation. But the numbers don't show us the true price that our country is paying. Every day, Americans are dying. Murdered, assaulted, raped by illegal immigrants that the Democrats have released. Teenage girls and boys wearing colored wristbands are being sold into a life of sex slavery. This is evil and it's wrong. And it is happening every damn day. Think of Kate Steinle. She was 32, walking with her father on a San Francisco pier when a bullet tore through her heart. The man who fired that gun, he'd been deported 5 times. Every damn day. Think of Laken Riley. Just 22 years old, a nursing student with dreams of healing others. She went for a jog and never came home. Her life taken by someone who should have never been here. Every damn day. Or Rachel Marin, a beautiful mother of 5, raped and murdered in suburban Maryland by an illegal immigrant the Democrats released. Every damn day. Or Jocelyn Nungaray, only 12 years old. It was just 1 month ago today that she was brutally raped and murdered in Houston by 2 men who were supposed to be detained and monitored, but instead released and allowed to roam free. Every damn day. These aren't just stories or statistics. They're our daughters, our sisters, our friends. The families don't care about the empty numbers. They care about the empty chairs at the dinner table, about the voices they'll never hear again, about the laughter lost, and about the dreams that will never be fulfilled. I've sat with these families in living rooms where the silence is so loud that it hurts, where photo albums are opened with trembling hands. How did we get here? It happened because Democrats cynically decided they wanted votes from illegals more than they wanted to protect our children. Today, as a result of Joe Biden's presidency, your family is less safe. Your children are less safe. The country is less safe. But here's the good news. We can fix it. And when Donald Trump is president, we will fix it.
So damn serious.
We know this because he's done it before. I know this because I worked hand in hand with President Trump to secure our border, and we achieved the lowest rate of illegal immigration in 45 years. It's real simple. He's done it before, and he'll do it again. So tonight, I speak for Kate and Laken and Rachel. Tonight, I speak for Jocelyn. And let us go forward together and keep our sacred oath to defend the Constitution and to protect the American people. Let us secure our borders, enforce our laws, protect our children, and restore the future. Because when we do that, when we remember who we are and who we love, and we act to protect them, then and only then will we truly make America great again. Thank you. God bless Texas, and God bless the United States of America.
Every damn time. Ooh, sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen,
The words
please welcome former law enforcement
over the
officer
top
Randy Sutton.
come to mind. Live coverage of the 2024 RNC here exclusively on the Crusade Radio Network. A shot of Trump up in the box, smiling from ear to ear.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Hello, America. My name is Randy Sutton, a police lieutenant. I was a police officer for 34 years. I was one of the most highly decorated officers in the history of my department. And then I founded the Wounded Blue, an organization dedicated to helping injured and disabled law enforcement officers. I've dedicated my life to law enforcement. And I'm here to tell you one thing, America. Donald Trump is the best friend we will ever have. Ladies and gentlemen, we're experiencing a plague of crime across America. The endless tsunami of illegal aliens, no consequences for violent crime, the abuse of our criminal justice system. It's all made America more dangerous than ever before. Police are the thin blue line between criminal predators and their victims. Donald Trump and Republicans stand that line with our police. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, well, they stand with the criminals. The last few years have been devastating for our police. The war on cops is very real, and it's getting Americans killed. Last year alone, more than 70,000 law enforcement officers were physically assaulted. They were shot, they were stabbed, they were beaten, they were hit with bricks. And in the last 5 years, 1,834 made the ultimate sacrifice and gave their lives in the line of duty. But all of this will end on the day we elect Donald J. Trump president. But my friends, it's not just the physical violence. It's the relentless effort to divide the people from the police. This is about the soul of America. Make no mistakes. If the radical left succeeds in defunding and destroying policing as we know it, they will break apart the cornerstone of our system, law and order. Well, amazing. Thank you. But I'm going to tell you, there's one man that these pro-criminal, anti-police extremists fear most. And that is the once and future president of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Before I finish my remarks, I want to do one thing, and that is salute our president.
Trump mouths the word thank you in response if you're listening on radio.
I make this promise. Our police will never waver from their mission to serve and protect, even at the risk of their own lives. But they need a true leader who will have their backs. Donald J. Trump is that leader. Thank you. May God bless you. May God bless those that walk the line. And may God bless America.
I just have to
The
say,
very first day that we take back the White House.
let me bring Mike Parrott and Richard Barrett back in if they are available. I just have to say, Richard, if you're watching this, and Mike, if you're watching this, I'm noticing something about post-assassination attempt Trump. Richard, are you catching it? You notice it?
I think I'll let you tell everybody.
Okay, you didn't catch it.
Nope.
He's dialed down a notch. He's smiling. He's kind of like turning his eyes down, like, no, don't cheer for me like that, guys. I'm not worthy.
Are you saying that he's more humble?
Yes, I'm getting a sense of profound humility there. That, dude, with all you've accomplished, you couldn't save your own life. All the president's men and all the president's horses and all the president's men could not spare him from that bullet again. It was ultimately the archangel, your guardian angel, at the hand of God himself. And I'm seeing that. I am seeing him just a little buttoned down, and it seems to me a little more humble than we are used to seeing him. Now, maybe that's just the effects of the painkillers or the effects of the antibiotics that he's on. But this is 2 nights in a row. So we mentioned it last night that he looked a little peaked last night, and I don't blame him. I mean, who wouldn't? And tonight, although he looks a little more orange tonight, he's certainly sitting there and nodding his head and saying, thank you, which he always does. But it's not that smug, self-assured thank you. It's a different kind of thank you. It's a more humble kind of thank you. And maybe that's just me, and maybe I'm reading something into something that's not there. Iowa's Attorney General is now on the stage at the RNC here on the Crusade Radio Network.
A few years ago, I was a local prosecutor locking up bad guys. But in 2022, I ran for Attorney General and beat the incumbent Democrat who was first elected when I was just 2 years old. We won because Iowans were ready for an Attorney General who would protect them, not the criminals. An Attorney General who would stand up to Joe Biden and the radical Democrats. And an Attorney General who would defend our constitutional freedoms. But perhaps more than anything, Iowa voters wanted an Attorney General who would back the blue. Unfortunately, Democrats like Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have made life miserable for law enforcement. They treat police like criminals and criminals like victims. And tragically, many crime victims feel abandoned by a justice system that doesn't seem to put their interests first. They deserve better than what these defund the police Democrats deliver. Yet the radical left believes in handouts, not handcuffs. Democrats like Harris use words like reimagine the police. They're probably imagining more DEI programs for the police. Harris even said that putting more cops on the street wouldn't make communities safer. American families disagree. Never forget, the Democratic Party is the party of defunding the police. They said it, they mean it, and they can't wiggle out of it.
Republicans get justice for victims, and we put criminals where they belong, in jail. That's why we need to elect President Donald J. Trump. President Trump knows that keeping Americans safe isn't a 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. job. And rank and file cops know that President Trump, he has their back. It touched our hearts when earlier this year, President Trump attended the wake of a fallen New York City police officer. We all owe heroes like Officer Jonathan Diller a debt we can never repay. President Trump knows this, and he shows his gratitude. Joe Biden was also in New York City that day, but instead of honoring our heroes, he attended a glitzy fundraiser with Barack Obama and Bill Clinton. None of them went to pay their respects. That day, we saw Democrat priorities, and we saw Donald Trump's priorities, and we saw that Trump's values are our values. I urge everyone listening to stand with law enforcement and vote to make America safe again. I urge you to vote for Donald Trump on November 5th. Thank you, Milwaukee, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You think she has just a little bit of a
please welcome
Midwestern
former
accent
Governor of
there?
South Carolina and Ambassador to the United Nations, Nikki Haley.
No!
Please spare me, Lord.
It's bad when the announcer has to come on and go like, please refrain from booing. Can't stop me.
My fellow Republicans, President Trump.
I can't take it.
President Trump asked me to speak to this convention in the name of unity. It was a gracious invitation, and I was happy to accept. I'll start by making one thing perfectly clear. Donald Trump has my strong endorsement, period. Our country is at a critical moment. We have a choice to make. For more than a year, I said a vote for Joe Biden is a vote for President Kamala Harris. After seeing the debate, everyone knows it's true. If we have 4 more years of Biden or a single day of Harris, our country will be badly worse off. For the sake of our nation, we have to go with Donald Trump. But there's more to it than that. We should acknowledge that there are some Americans who don't agree with Donald Trump 100% of the time. I happen to know some of them. And I want to speak to them tonight. My message message to them is simple. You don't have to agree with Trump 100% of the time to vote for him. Take it from me, I haven't always agreed with President Trump. But we agree more often than we disagree. We agree on keeping America strong. We agree on keeping America safe. And we agree that Democrats have moved so far to the left that they're putting our freedoms in danger. I'm here tonight because we have a country to save. And a unified Republican Party is essential for saving her.
If you're just joining us, this is Nikki Haley speaking. Trump is just kind of sitting there. They keep panning the camera to President Trump, and he's just kind of looking like, yeah, I let her come on. I let her do it. Gotta be unified. Most beautiful unity ever. But yeah, I gotta sit here and take it.
Some doubts about
I
President
get
Trump.
shot on Saturday, and I'm subjected to this on Tuesday.
About the commander-in-chief I know and worked with. As ambassador to the United Nations, I had a front row seat to his national security policies. We sure could use those again. Think about it. When Barack Obama was president, Vladimir Putin invaded Crimea. With Joe Biden as president, Putin invaded all of Ukraine. But when Donald Trump was president, Putin did nothing. No invasion.
Fact check. Putin did not invade Crimea. Putin was asked to rescue Crimea from the dumbass Ukrainians. Putin did not invade Ukraine. The 5 republics of the Donbass asked the Russian Federation to protect them from Ukrainians that were bombing them, and Putin finally said yes.
President doesn't start wars. A strong president prevents wars. Then look at the Middle East. Every problem in that part of the world can be laid at the feet of Iran.
Oh, Lord, here it comes.
The dictators who chant death to America are the bankrollers and weapons suppliers for Hamas and Hezbollah. They're behind the barbaric massacres and the hostage-taking. Once again, compare Trump and Biden. Trump got us out of the insane Iran nuclear deal. He imposed the toughest sanctions ever on Iran. And he eliminated the arch-terrorist Qasem Soleimani. Iran was too weak to start any wars. They knew Trump meant business, and they were afraid. And then there's Joe Biden. He lifted the sanctions. He begged them to get back into the nuclear deal. He surrendered in Afghanistan. He sent every possible sign of weakness. Even now, while Hamas is still holding Americans hostage, Biden is pressuring Israel instead of the terrorists. Between Israel and Hamas, Donald Trump is clear about who is our friend and who is our enemy. Then look at the border. It's the single biggest threat Americans face. Under Joe Biden, migrants are coming into our country by the thousands every day. We have no idea who they are, where they end up, or what they plan to do. And let me remind you, Kamala had one job, and that was to fix the border. Now imagine her in charge of the entire country. Under Donald Trump, we didn't have the border disaster we have today, and we won't when he is president again. I was proud to serve America in President Trump's cabinet, and I'll tell you something you won't hear from the critics. He appreciated advice and input. Americans were well served by his presidency, even if they didn't agree with him on all things. Now, to my fellow Republicans, we must not only be a unified party, we must also expand our party. We are so much better when we are bigger. We are stronger when we welcome people into our party who have different backgrounds and experiences. And right now, we need to be strong to save America. This is a defining moment, not only for our party, but for our country. Our fellow Americans are fearful right now. Families are suffering from inflation and wages that don't keep up with prices. Young people are being indoctrinated to think our country is racist and evil. The Jewish community is facing an obscene rise in anti-Semitism. Too many minorities are trapped in communities devastated by crime. Our foreign enemies win when they see Americans hate each other. They see that today, whether it's on college campuses or in a field in Butler, Pennsylvania. But we can conquer those fears with strength and unity. No president can fix all of our problems alone. We have to do this together. America has an amazing ability to self-correct. In this moment, we have a chance to put aside our differences and focus on what unites us and strengthens our country. Let us join together as a party. Let us come together as a people, as one country, strong and proud. Let us show our children and the world that even on our worst day, we are blessed to live in America. God bless you. Thank you. God bless the United States of America.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis.
Oh, big moment, Richard Barrett, Mike Parrott. Here on the coverage of the RNC of the Crusade Radio Network, Ron DeSantis.
Future Secretary of Defense.
Let's send Joe Biden back to his basement, and let's send Donald Trump back to the White House.
DeSantis looks fired up. Richard, was that you chiming in? You're the Secretary of Defense?
I think he'd be a great Secretary of State, actually.
When Donald Trump was president,
Mike Parrott, Secretary of State, Defense?
Under the Trump
I could see either one. Maybe Interior.
Was respected when Donald Trump was our commander-in-chief. Joe Biden has failed this nation. As a veteran, I was appalled when 13 of our service members were killed in Afghanistan due to Joe Biden's dereliction of duty. As a citizen, as a husband, and as a father, I am alarmed that the current president of the United States lacks the capability to discharge the duties of his office. Our enemies do not confine their designs to between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. We need a commander-in-chief who can lead 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. America cannot afford 4 more years of a weekend at Bernie's presidency.
Oh, the weekend at Bernie's joke.
But let's be honest. Let's be honest here. Biden is just a figurehead. He's a tool for imposing a leftist agenda on the American people. They support open borders, allowing millions and millions of illegal aliens to pour into our country and to burden our communities, but just don't send any to Martha's Vineyard, then they get really upset. They have unleashed progressive prosecutors across our nation who care more about coddling criminals than about protecting their own communities. They use the unelected bureaucracy to impose their will on us without our consent, and they weaponize political power to target their political opponents like they've done to our own nominee. They want to ban gas automobiles, eliminate Second Amendment rights, and impose gender ideology on everyone from our infantrymen to kindergartners. They stand for DEI, which really means division, exclusion, and indoctrination, and it is wrong.
Guys, DeSantis is bringing the heavy artillery, and it's great.
That you show proof of a COVID vaccine to go to a restaurant, but they oppose requiring proof of citizenship to cast a vote. They can't even define what a woman is. Now, Donald Trump stands in their way, and he stands up for America. Donald Trump has been demonized, he's been sued, he's been prosecuted, and he nearly lost his life. We cannot let him down, and we cannot let America down. It is the values of this Republican Party that reflect our nation's founding principles. We believe schools should educate, not indoctrinate. We stand for parents' rights, including universal school choice. We support law and order, not rioting and disorder. We seek a strong, focused United States military, not one distracted by a social agenda. We reject entrenched political class, and we demand term limits for members of Congress.
Well, I got to tell you, Richard, you're a big DeSantis guy. Is this his speech to start the 2028 race?
This should have been his speech to introduce himself, yes, but the fact of the matter is he blew his shot. I mean, he absolutely just stepped all over himself. It's going to be hard to come back from that, but this is the speech that he should have given and should have just been this.
You must be a citizen in order to vote, and that photo ID should be required before casting a ballot.
This is the Ron DeSantis we all fell in love with in 2021.
We believe that our nation must have a shared civic culture, and we oppose any immigration that stands apart or in contrast to our American values. We believe in the principles articulated in the Declaration of Independence that our rights come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of the Almighty, including the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Now, none of this is easy, but it can be done. For decades, my home state saw elections determined by razor-thin margins. Today, due to bold leadership, the Democratic Party lies in ruins. The left is in retreat. Freedom reigns supreme. The woke mind virus is dead, and Florida is a solid Republican state.
DeSantis is in
Now,
fuego.
electing Donald Trump gives us the chance to do this all across America. And we have a responsibility to step up and make it happen. We have a responsibility to preserve what George Washington called the sacred fire of liberty. This was a fire that burned in Independence Hall in 1776 when 56 men pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor to establish this nation. It's a fire that burned at a cemetery in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, when our nation's first Republican president pledged this nation to a new birth of freedom. It's a fire that burned at the foot of the Berlin Wall in 1987, when our nation's 40th president stood in front of that wall and said, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall."
All right, if something would have happened to Trump, I'd be okay with DeSantis.
This is not a responsibility we should fear. It's a responsibility we should welcome. After all, if not us, who? And if not now, when? Let's make the 45th President of the United States the 47th President of the United States. Let's elect Republicans up and down the ballot, and let's heed the call of our party's nominee to fight, fight, fight for these United States. Thank you. God bless you. Let's win in November. Thank you so much.
All right, Mike Parrott and Richard Barrett, let's jump in on have a little crosstalk here on the Crusade Radio Network's live coverage of the RNC. A pretty banal, boring, repetitive night with a lot of tchotchke slogans and stuff. Two best speeches of the night, easily, Vivek Ramaswamy and Ron DeSantis. Who do you rate as, okay, do you have to pick one? I don't know. Can I pick both?
If I'm picking VeggieTales Vivek.
VeggieTales.
I am. I have to. He's a vegan. Vivek Ramaswamy. I think it was a barnstorming speech that he gave. It was incredible. It's the reason why he did so well in Iowa. It was why he, with no political experience, he's just well spoken. He's good at rhetoric. I do agree. I think Ron DeSantis. Finally, if DeSanctimonious showed himself for the guy that we all thought he could have been 2 years ago.
Absolutely, yes.
And I was excited about him 2 years ago, and I thought, oh, this guy's maybe legitimate. I mean, he may be the guy. And it was just such a flop, and it was so disappointing, his campaign. But I am pleased to see, and I want to throw Nikki Haley in there as well. I am pleased to see that the hatchet is buried, because I got to tell you, Ron does not like Donald Trump. Neither does Nikki Haley. But you know what? As opposed to 8 years ago when you had Ted Cruz not endorsing Trump and giving a primetime speech.
Yep.
This is all about Trump. This is a different Republican Party. This is a Republican Party where if you don't like Trump, you're off the train. And this is a stronger president. It's a stronger Trump. He is in a better position now than he's ever been. Whereas 8 years ago, the party was still fractured. There were never Trumpers. Ben Shapiro was against him. All these people refused to endorse him and still got to speak at the convention. Those days are no more.
True.
Everything is united now.
Richard Barrett, you come from the state of Rhode Island, the smallest state in the union. You're used to being, the after the last thought, or the yeah, let's not forget Rhode Island. So you're kind of used to being second fiddle, or maybe even passed over here. But to what Mike Parrott just said here, no one is being passed over here, but you can't pass over Trump.
First of all, Rhode Island was the last state to sign the U.S. Constitution, and we only did it by gunpoint.
They should have stayed out.
Because
we don't have a place to flee to if they would have stayed out.
They don't want to be a part of the Constitution because they know how wretched it was. But now look at it now; it's completely and utter just nonsense. So I just have to stand up for little Rhodey there. But secondly, yes, the fact of the matter is, post Saturday. and even though I disagree with the Vance pick, and we can talk about this later, or I'll talk about it on Saturday if not, it shows that control of the Republican Party is firmly wrestled away from the establishment right now, and you can see with Nikki Haley kowtowing and releasing her delegates, and even Ron to an extent. He was kind of that magic unicorn everybody hoped. He was kind of establishment, but he kind of had the MAGA base there. But even he's now kowtowed, and everybody's in line. They're all. I mean, it's kind of funny, and maybe this is one of the reasons Trump's doing it in a way. Let me just go with me here, folks. Trump is standing directly in front of the stage where they all have to essentially bow and kiss the ring, and he's there for Nikki. He's there. Yeah, he didn't want to hear it. But he was there to make sure she said what she needed to say, kowtow to him, support him, get in line. Ron with the same thing. They're all performing for Trump. They're all performing for him to get spots in the next administration and to get, and they're performing for him, and they're performing for the new once and future prince, which is Vance now as his VP. He is the prince now, the one in line. And so you have those two watching the establishment dance for them. And I'd have to say the best speech of the night, I had to go to Ramaswamy because there's authenticity there that you can't get from Haley, that you can't get from DeSantis. Everything, say whatever you want to say about Vivek, but the man knows how to speak, and he believes every single word he's saying when he was saying about, the MAGA movement and everything about it and how he believes in it. And a nice infusion of millennials into the political sphere. So yeah, I thought his speech was great, and I actually kind of feel bad for Ron because, as I was trying to say before, that was the speech he should have just kept his mouth shut in Florida, supported Trump, and that should have been his launching speech to whatever the case may be. But the guy, it's like seeing a number one draft pick, NFL or whatever. The dude just flops.
It's RG. He was RG3.
Yeah. Right, he could recover. He could recover, have a solid career, but the promise that he had is gone.
Mike Parrott, I want to. Thank you very much for that, Richard. Mike Parrott, though, I want to go to you because you sent me Bug Hall, and Bug Hall and I got to see something that Richard. Before we move on, Richard, have you ever been to a Trump rally?
No.
Okay, Mike, you ever been to a Trump rally?
I have not.
Okay, so I'm the only one that's been. So I was blessed to go to the People's Convention. I want to thank all the folks, the fine folks at TP USA and TP Action. You can say what you want about Charlie Kirk. He has built a magnificent organization. Dude, to have done that in 5 years, it is absolutely incredible. As a matter of fact, almost to the point where I caught myself going like, okay, who helped him do this? Somebody. I'll back off of that for just a moment here. My friend Don from the Bronx, Don, don't go crazy out there. Something, though, that Eric Sammons and I, Bug Hall, and myself talked about after we watched Trump in person. Now, first of all, Mike Parrott, Richard Barrett, and all of our beloved, wonderful listeners out there, and all of you watching on YouTube and Rumble and Twitter, we were told 60 minutes. The program said 60 minutes. 91 minutes later, I didn't know Trump was on that stage for 91 minutes. I did not know. I really lost track of time. He was that good. But something that Trump did that I think Vivek showed that he could do tonight, he worked that room. He said lines, he gauged the applause, he may have had ad-lib lines that he ditched on the speech and went to others. He worked that room. That's what Vivek did tonight. And I think that's why Vivek was so strong. He was working the room. He's looking at the people that are smiling. Mike Parrott, you've spoken enough in public. Richard, so have you now. You know how you find that one person out there that's digging what you're doing, and you kind of focus in on them because they're not going to bring you. They're not going to bring you down. And if your line works on them, you're good. If it doesn't work on them, okay, maybe maybe I should move on to the next one or scratch this one. That's what Vivek did tonight and showed that he was a great speaker. Now, being a great speaker is one thing, and being a great leader actually doing it is another. Vivek doesn't have any experience. DeSantis does. This is the Ron DeSantis we all wanted to see. If he was going to challenge Trump, that was a challenge speech tonight. If he'd have given that speech when he came out on, remember, Richard, he made his announcement on X. And it was before Musk owned it, and it was a complete and total, just an absolute disaster because they didn't have the bandwidth, or maybe Jack Dorsey sabotaged him, which may have been a possibility, but the stream dropped out, and, Musk is not a very good questioner. He's not a very good interviewer. It was just a disaster. The whole thing started as a disaster. I'd say the comeback of Ron DeSantis as a national political figure happened tonight, guys.
Well, I would agree with you, and I think that's got to be top of mind for him as well, because he was not selected to be the vice president, and he would have been a fine vice president, and nobody would have raised an eyebrow at the selection of Ron DeSantis. He's a capable governor who navigated Florida through the toughest of times. And he fared the best in the whole country. I mean, he was a model governor during a crisis. I mean, that's what you want. He's a tested leader. He's a Navy SEAL. He's as good as it gets. And I think he's looking across over there at this young buck, this 39-year-old from Ohio, whose claim to fame is he was in private equity and he wrote a book. And he's thinking, how the hell did that guy get the vice presidency? So I think Ron came to play. And look, these convention speeches really do matter, because we didn't know who Barack Hussein Obama was until the Democratic National Convention speech of 2004. And so he's planting a flag in the ground. And I agree with you. I think it's going to be a fight 4 years from now. And I think DeSantis is DeSanctimonious is definitely in there.
And I want to say something else about what we have witnessed today. By the way, Senator Tom Cotton is on the stage. I don't think we need to hear from Cotton. We're going to hear a lot more URA stuff and bomb Hamas back into the Stone Ages and what have you. I want to say this about something that Mike Parrott said, and I think, Richard, you might have touched on this earlier as well. The Republican Party that I covered in 1992 is not the Republican Party you're seeing tonight. Now, there were some country clubbers. You do have some holdovers, and there are some of still of that mindset. But that party that I covered in my first year as a radio talk show host in 1992 is, and it's not even the party that nominated Trump in 2016, because there was at least 40% of the party that hated his guts and didn't want him anywhere near power, because they play the long game for themselves, their buddies, and their families, and the NGOs across the world. This transformation, Mike Parrott, Richard Barrett, all of our beloved listeners out there on YouTube and on the Crusade Radio Network, wherever you may be listening or watching, this is Trump's party. But this is a different kind of Republican Party. It has been completely and totally remade from the ground up. There is actual now room for the Buchananites. The Buchananites have ultimately won the day, Mike Parrott. Make America first, the dream of Patrick J. Buchanan. Before him, at least the goal of William F. Buckley, the goal of M. Stan Evans, the guys that launched human events, the goal of Mr. Republican Senator Robert Taft, going all the way back to the 1950s. Ike fought for America first. Ike fought for it. Kennedy was an America firster. That's why they killed him. It's only Trump here in 2024 that has actually survived all of this, an attempt on his life and everything else. And now an entire structure of the second largest, or maybe the first largest, political association on the face of the earth is now remade in that guy's image. Brothers, that is an accomplishment that could not possibly have been predicted. It is impossible to imagine. Tom Clancy couldn't write a novel about it, neither could Isaac Asimov. But it's actually happened in our adult lifetimes, and in the last 8 years, we've actually seen it unfold. Richard Barrett, the reason I brought up Rhode Island, I'm sorry, I had a nip of Mike Parrott's bourbon that he gave me. The reason I brought up, and I lost my train of thought, I brought up your beloved Rhode Island is, Richard, this is the greatest comeback story, and maybe in American history completely. Not just in political. This isn't just a political comeback. This might be the greatest comeback story in the history of the United States, or at least to people that are known publicly, right? And that stories have been written about. I cannot, Mike Barrett, can you imagine anyone in the chat room? Anyone? Richard? Maggie?
No.
Anyone that has had more obstacles put in their way, more attempts to kill them, to subvert them through malice, through subterfuge, through sabotage, and heaven knows what else, and yet the guy just keeps coming out on top. There might even be a providential part of this. I hate to proclaim it because people get upset with me, but okay, well then you explain it to me. If there's not some providence working here, well then tell me how it's all happening. Why is he, to quote Elton John, I'm still standing. He should actually, after he's done playing Rick Derringer as his intro, Richard, at the end he should play Elton John, I'm still standing after all this time. Explain to me how that guy is still there, and now an entire political movement, the greatest of the 20th century, the largest maybe in the history of the United States, that bears his name, his likeness, and even it has comedy bits, it has everything that almost like a language that you would have, a culture all of its own, is now on the precipice, should he survive, of becoming POTUS 47. This has only been done twice, by the way, in the United States. Grover Cleveland was elected and lost his reelection bid, picked himself back up by his feet, and after one term out of office, ran again and was reelected. Set the record for vetoes, 453 in 1 year. He is the only president. He was a great president. He was a great president, Grover Cleveland. My model for making presidents great again. Either one of you explain to me then, why isn't this the greatest comeback in the history of the United States? Anybody?
I'll jump in and just say, look, I don't think you're being hyperbolic. This is one of the greater comebacks that we've ever seen, certainly in our lifetime, and probably in 2 or 3 lifetimes. And the fact of the matter is that it defies explanation. If you're asking for an explanation, I don't know that I could give you one. Everything that they could possibly have done to this man, they've done to him. From the moment that he descended that escalator, he was bemoaned to be a Russian spy. There were special prosecutors appointed by his own Justice Department, by his own shameful Attorney General, who refused to resign and recused himself immediately, like the coward that he is. He was investigated. There were rallies against him. There was violence against him. Blood in the streets. The summer of rage, mainly because of his election. Then they impeached him. That didn't work. So they impeached him again. That didn't work. So then they decided to try to put him in jail. They indicted him 34 times. They still have legal cases against him. The most recent one was dropped. And so the escalation of force is, we can't stop this guy. We can't get rid of him. Let's kill him the day before he gets nominated. And they missed. It's the most incredible story of our lifetime. And they missed the shot. And now he's nominated. And now he's a made man, maybe. I don't know. So this is high drama. You can't script this. You're right. You can't script.
And you are a script writer. You're a script writer.
That's right. And one of the things about screenplays is they have to be believable. But if you wrote this down in 2004, when, who was it? Mike Huckabee's running for whatever the hell, in 2000 or 2008, if you wrote this script down in 2000 or 2008, and you had the Mitt Romney years or the Huckabee years or whatever the heck, nobody would believe it. They'd be like, you're high as a kite, Parrott. What are you talking about? This Donald Trump guy, he's not even a Republican.
Richard Barrett, to the point that Mike just made, Mike just made a point. This comeback is so huge. It's so huge, Richard. I didn't even cover on my show today, and I covered a lot. I didn't even cover that yesterday, future Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Eileen Cannon, dismissed the documents case in Florida. This is huge. It's now. Biden can appeal it. Merrick Garland can appeal it. Jack Smith can appeal it. They're going to lose. It's going to go to the 11th Circuit. Guess who's over the 11th Circuit? Justice Thomas. They'd have to go all the way back to the grand jury, as I understand it. Trump's comeback, the survival of the assassination attempt and everything else, trumped, no pun intended, the dropping, the dismissing, and again, I guess I'm the only one to call it my own joke, future Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, Eileen Cannon, agreed with Trump's lawyers and dismissed the case. He appointed her, by the way. So this story that we're talking about is so large that I didn't even bother to even cover the fact that the Jack Smith mishandled documents case has been dismissed on constitutional grounds. I take great solace as a constitutional scholar of sorts, or an amateur, that on constitutional grounds, because I agree with Justice Alito and Justice Thomas that you had to go through the process of appointing. In any event, it's been it started off. I didn't have a lot of promise or hope for this night, but MAGA Swami and DeSantis, and I don't know who they have as a closer, have kind of lifted all of our spirits here. This is Erin Coper, who is now on the stage as she's a Republican activist. Let's listen in.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome American mom, Ann Funder.
Hi, my name is Ann Funder, and I am the wife and mother of 4 children. I'm standing here today to share the tragic reality of open borders. I'm here to share the story of my firstborn son, my everything, my Weston. My family and I were living in Southern California when President Biden took office and opened our borders. My Weston was 15. He was an amazing big brother to his 3 younger siblings. Weston attended church twice a week, played football and hockey, and he loved to surf. He had a big heart, and he lived to make people laugh. He had so many good friends. And I was always vigilant to be the best mother that I could be. I was room mom, school ambassador, and I attended all of his sports. We had family dinners and barbecues at the beach. And like most teenagers, Weston wanted to fit in. And in a moment of peer pressure, he tried something that someone gave to him, and it took my baby's life. We did everything right. I had those conversations with him, and fentanyl still found my son. And on February 27th, 2022, our lives were shattered, and our baby was gone. This was not an overdose, it was a poisoning. His whole future, everything we ever wanted for him was ripped away in an instant. And Joe Biden does nothing. I hold Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the borders are, what a joke, and Gavin Newsom and every Democrat who supports open borders responsible for the death of my son. you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And the tens of thousands of American innocent children. For that alone, they should be voted out of office. We have seen the highest number of fentanyl deaths during the Biden-Harris administration, and fentanyl is now the #1 killer of Americans ages 18 to 45, and it is quickly becoming the leading cause of death for teens, with 14 and under being the fastest growing demographic. We need President Trump back in office. We need a president who will seal the border, aggressively prosecute drug dealers, and stop Communist China from poisoning our children. This is not a red or blue issue. This is a red, white, and blue issue. And fentanyl doesn't care if you're black or white. It does not discriminate. This is an American issue. We need a president who will call the drug cartels what they are: terrorist organizations.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
This fight is not for me. My son is gone. This fight is for your children. We owe it to our children to elect a president who will win the war against fentanyl once and for all. It's too late for my son, Weston. Say his name, Joe Biden. Weston. Thank you. Thank you.
Not a dry eye in that house, folks. Not a dry eye.
We can change this for your children. We need President Trump back to save the lives of our kids. Thank you. Thank you. God bless America.
Mike Parrott, you got 7 children. You teach them well. You can go Crosby, Stills, and Nash and teach your children well. They make one small mistake. Friend of theirs says, "Oh, just try it. It's not that bad." And it's fentanyl in there, and they're dead.
Yep.
And
This is what it's like as a parent in the United States of America today, and it's not just the fentanyl. The criminalization of childhood is a cultural phenomenon. You make one poor decision, you TP somebody's house, now you're a felon. You take a leak on the side of the road, now you're a registered sex offender. In the 60s, you could take a joint from a buddy and you could trust that it's not going to kill you. Today, you don't have that assurance anymore. One bad decision could end your life. And you simply, you do everything you can as a parent. You pray for them. You beg their guardian angels to protect them. But at the end of the day, this is a full contact body sport. Parenting is, and you know what? There's no way to prepare them for every possible thing.
Yeah, and here's the family of Rachel Morin continuing along live coverage of the RNC here on the Crusade Radio Network.
The most brutal and violent offenses that has ever occurred in Harford County, Maryland history. Open borders are often portrayed as compassionate and virtuous. But there is nothing compassionate about allowing violent criminals into our country and robbing children of their mother. My sister's death was preventable. The monster arrested for killing Rachel entered the U.S. unlawfully after killing a woman in El Salvador. Joe Biden and his designated border czar, Kamala Harris, opened our borders to him and others like him, empowering them to victimize the innocent. Yet, to this day, we have not heard from Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. They never apologized.
That's because they're incapable of compassion, sir.
But when Rachel
I'm
was
sorry for your
killed,
loss.
President Trump called my family to offer his condolences. He wanted to meet with us. He cared. That is leadership.
Folks,
and we
this
need
is some
real
powerful
leadership
stuff
back
here.
in the
Really
White
powerful.
House. What has gotten us through this unthinkable loss is our faith in Jesus Christ. And as brutal as the murder of my sister was, I pray that her killer will find Jesus Christ.
Wow.
For all the affected by senseless tragedy, I pray for peace, knowing that all things work together for good to those who love God, to those who are called according to his purpose.
What a Christian message, my parent, Richard
I pray
Barrett.
that we hold
Wow.
worldly leaders accountable for safety and justice for innocent people. I pray that we make our country safe and secure in the memory of my sister Rachel, who loved life. Thank you. God bless America. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Madeleine Brame from New York.
Good evening, everyone. My son, Sergeant Hassan Korea, an Afghanistan War retired veteran. He received enemy fire from the Taliban, only to be murdered with a knife on the streets of New York City. The 4 assailants responsible for his death initially were facing justice, but that changed when District Attorney Alvin Bragg was elected.
It's Fat Alvin. This story is tragic as well.
2 of the homicidal maniacs responsible for my son's death had their gang assault and murder charges completely dismissed. One of them received 14 months time served. Alvin Bragg charged her with assault with a shoe. And another one was sentenced to 7 years. I later learned that Alvin Bragg often dismisses and reduces dangerous criminals. He wants to clear the jails and return violent felons onto our streets every day. The injustice was devastating for me and my family. I don't want anyone else to experience the senseless pain that many other victims across this United States of America have to live with every day. So I decided to use the voice that God gave me to be the voice for the voiceless across America.
Guys, this is the Democrat Party on trial tonight, and American families coming to be the witnesses for the prosecution. It's devastating.
For prosecutors who fail in their duty. Soft on crime prosecutors like Alvin Bragg in New York, Kim Foxx in Chicago, and George Gascon in Los Angeles have turned our great country and cities into war zones. Poor and neglected communities like mine are suffering. And who else in here is sick and tired of being sick and tired?
By the way, she is wearing the dog tags of her son, Mike, killed in who served in Afghanistan.
Minorities have been loyal to for decades, including myself, all right? They betrayed us. They stabbed us in the back. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, who claim to represent us, have abandoned us. They neglected the poor minority communities across America. But mine eyes have been opened. Just like so many other poor minorities across America. Donald Trump shares our values, love of God and family and country. He's been a victim of the same corrupt system that I have been and my family has been. He is committed to providing economic opportunities, helping those suffering from addiction with long-term inpatient drug programs, rolling back deadly bail reform policies that are getting our children killed every single day, and supporting our police. We back the NYPD. We back the blue.
What is the Democrat Party's answer to this, guys? As I'm watching this, what is your response going to be in August?
Back the blue. NYPD, black the blue. Trump was right when he said, they're after us. He's just standing in the way. And guess what? He always will. That's why I'm standing with him today. Let's make America safe again. Re-elect our Donald J. Trump.
Guys, we might have a minute in between these speeches here. I got to tell you, the last hour of this night of the convention has just been an absolute home run over the walls. That ball is out of Yankee Stadium, bouncing towards the East River. Who we have coming up here now? Oh, Sarah Huckabee, here on the Crusade Radio Network, live coverage of the 2024 RNC.
Thank you. What a powerful story to follow. Good evening. I'm Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And before I get started, I want to say I have always been proud to stand with President Trump, but never have I been more proud than to stand with him right now, tonight.
Not even an assassin's bullet could stop him. God Almighty intervened because America is one nation under God, and He is certainly not finished with President Trump. And our country is better for it. I am here tonight as America's youngest governor, the first woman to lead the great state of Arkansas. And most importantly, a mom to 3 amazing kids, Scarlett, Huck, George. When I was President Trump's White House press secretary,
Your dark horse candidate in 2028 right here.
I got the chance to take my 4-year-old son, Huck, to bring your kid to work day. Much like Jill now drags Joe to bring your husband to work day. And while I was briefing the president on the upcoming event in the Oval Office, all of the kids who were attending that day gathered in the Rose Garden, getting ready to meet him. And we were walking out onto that beautiful, perfect colonnade. And I saw out of the corner of my eye that my son Huck was running full speed directly at the President of the United States. Being the gracious person he is, President Trump bent down to give him a big hug. And right in front of everyone, Huck sidestepped the president, completely ignoring him in front of everyone, and ran straight into my arms. For my 4-year-old son, the most powerful man in the world had nothing on his mom. But because he's the amazing man he is, President Trump didn't mind at all. After all, he's a dad to 5 unbelievable kids and a grandfather to 10. And while that story is certainly a special memory for my family, it's an even greater reminder why I support President Trump, not for me, not for him, but for my kids and for yours. Under President Trump, America was safer. The world was safer, and it felt like the next generation would have a chance at the American dream. President Trump did the job that Kamala won't and Joe Biden simply can't. When we're honest, every American knows that we were so much better off under President Trump. So tonight, I don't want to just speak about President Trump's successful policies. While there are many, I want to talk about the man that I know. When the president hired me, I was the first mom and only the 3rd woman to ever serve as the White House press secretary.
And by the way, just from my personal perspective, I think she was obviously the best.
I endured relentless attacks from the left. I was insulted as a guest at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. My family was denied service and kicked out of a restaurant. And a parent at my 3-year-old son's preschool spit on my car. And in those moments, it was President Trump who defended me. And when an MSNBC host, the author of several books on empowering women, said I was unfit to be a mother, and another MSNBC host said I was vile, not even human, and that I should be choked, MSNBC again did nothing. But our president pulled me aside, looked me in the eye, and said, "Sarah, you're smart, you're beautiful, you're tough, and they attack you because you're good at your job. Never let them stop fighting." Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. That's the Donald Trump that I know, and that's the Donald J. Trump I will always respect. The left doesn't care about empowering women. Biden and Harris can't even tell you what a woman is. They only care about empowering themselves. But we have a president who believes in empowering every American and that our country is worth fighting for. For the last 4 years, Republican governors have been leading that fight and doing what Joe Biden refuses to do. We've deployed the National Guard to the border. We've cracked down on crime and drugs. We cut taxes to give hardworking Americans a break from Bidenflation. And we empowered parents with universal school choice across the country. Donald Trump was the very first president in my lifetime to take a hard line against China, and I'm proud to be the first and only governor in the country to kick communist China off our farmland and out of my state.
I agree with Richard Barrett. Here's your dark horse candidate for 2028.
President Trump is a leader, and he's the leader our country needs. And if ever there was a doubt, earlier this week, we saw just how tough, resilient, courageous, and daring this man is, and we can't get him back in the White House fast enough.
Trump is watching her nearly moved to tears, just like he's watching one of his own daughters talk. CRUSADE Radio Network coverage of the 2024 RNC. This is Sarah Huckabee Sanders, governor of Arkansas.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not called to stand still in the face of great danger. You and I were put on this earth at a moment in time to charge boldly ahead. We cannot know what the future holds, but we know damn sure who holds the future in his hands. God spared President Trump from that assassin because God is not finished with him yet.
And he most certainly is not finished with America yet either. With God as our guide and President Trump back in the White House, we will show the world that America is the place where freedom reigns and liberty will never die. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight, let us not leave here just excited about a great few days, but let us leave here energized and committed to making sure that we protect our freedom and we have the ability to pass it on to the next generation, because America is the greatest country that the world has ever known, and our kids and our grandkids deserve to enjoy it the way each of us did. And we will with President Trump back in the White House. Thank you so much. God bless the great state of Arkansas and the amazing United States of America. Thank you very much.
Guys, Mike Parrott and Rick Barrett, quick comment before Ben Carson comes on. Wow. Vivek, DeSantis, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, quick, 30 seconds each.
Well, great response from Kim Jong-un's favorite American. Very, very good work. And she is the dark horse candidate for 2028. She's just solid.
She is solid. Mike Parrott.
I was stunned. I was captivated. I was mesmerized. She humanized Trump in a way that no speaker has been able to do. She talked about her children. She talked about Trump as a grandfather, as a father of 5 children. Glowing praise, but also she spoke. She wasn't rushed. Everyone else is in and out. Right. She took her time. She enunciated. She took the pauses. She was in complete command and control of that room tonight. This speech will matter in the future. I agree.
And by the way, she is not her father.
Nope,
she is not Mike Huckabee. She is, gosh, who doesn't love Sarah Huckabee? Ben Carson, folks. Ben Carson.
No weapon formed against you shall prosper. Well, let me tell you the weapons that they used. First, they tried to ruin his reputation, and he's more popular now than ever. And then they tried to bankrupt him, and he's got more money now than he had before. And then they tried to put him in prison, and he's freer and has made other people free with him. And then last weekend they tried to kill him, and there he is over there alive and well. You know, I have no doubt that God lowered a shield of protection over President Trump. And I join millions of Americans in thanksgiving for President Trump's safety. And I encourage you to join me in praying each day for his continued protection. You know, our hearts go out to the victims in the audience. Let's also pray for them and their families. These events have brought unusual clarity to the times we are living in. We have all harbored the nagging feeling that everything we love is slipping away. All you have to do is turn on the television. The free press, a pillar of any free society, has abused the public trust and resorted to lies, deception, and disinformation. They divide us along lines of race, class, and gender, rather than uniting us around our shared bond as Americans. Our government has been no better, shredding our Constitution and upending the rule of law. We have a wide open border, a broken education system, and chaos breaking out around the world. And on top of it all, we have a president who, well, if you can't say anything good, don't say anything at all. But ask anyone around the world, what does it mean to be an American? Most will tell you that it means unlimited opportunity. That where you begin in life doesn't dictate where you will end. That's the America I grew up in. In no other country could a poor inner city kid raised by a single mom make it to an Ivy League school, then to medical school, become a successful neurosurgeon, run for president, and eventually become a member of the president's cabinet. You know, and as a member of his cabinet, I had a chance to work closely with him. And I got to tell you, this is a man who is a gift to us as a nation. He is very gifted. He is very smart. He is very compassionate. He cares about people. And I'll tell you, the first time I met him, it was before either of us got into the political arena. And we were at Mar-a-Lago, and someone came up to him and said, "Mr. Trump, Rod Stewart just walked in." And he said, "I don't care. This is Ben Carson." But I feel blessed that I've been able to live the American dream. But my story is moving further out of reach in America today. The lessons my mother taught me, like hard work and the value of well-rounded patriotic education and faith in God above all else, are being forced out of the public square. But we're all here today because we know we can bring these things back. By God's grace, we live in a country where the people rule. We have the power to choose the kind of nation we will be and the kind of men and women that will lead us. And today the choice could not be more clear. The most repeated phrase in the Bible is this: do not be afraid, or fear not. It appears 365 times in Scripture, a reminder to live each day with faith, hope, and joy as joyful warriors for Christ. And when God is with us, nobody can stand against us. With this assurance from the Almighty, even the face of evil itself cannot shake our resolve. We will keep fighting, we will keep praying, and by the grace of God, we will save our country and re-elect President Trump together with Vice President Vance this November. And I want you to remember this. In 1831, Alexis de Tocqueville came to America to study our nation because the Europeans were fascinated. They wanted to know, how could a nation barely 50 years old already compete with them on virtually every level? So he looked at our government. He was duly impressed by our checks and balances and separation of powers. And then he looked at our business environment. He was duly impressed by how we encourage entrepreneurship and innovation. And he looked at our educational system, and he was blown away by the fact that he could find a mountain man in the middle of the woods who could read, who could tell him about the Declaration of Independence. But the thing that impressed him the most was when he went to our churches, and he heard those inspirational sermons from the pulpits that inspired a ragtag bunch of militiamen to defeat the most powerful army in the world and gave the American people a moral basis. And he concluded his 2-volume set, Democracy in America, with these words. He said, "America is great because America is good." And if America ever ceases to be good, she will cease to be great. It is our job to make America good. And let's do this by re-electing President Trump so we can make America great. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome United States Senator of Florida, Marco Rubio.
Great speech by Dr. Carson. He's so humble. I believe that Marco was wrapping into our festivities up tonight here on the Crusade Radio Network. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. We're still here.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't say polo. Don't say polo. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. The last few days remind us that the life of every living thing and the breath of all mankind is in the hands of God. We were brought to the precipice of the abyss, and by the hand of God, reminded of what truly matters in our lives and in our country. This thing we do called politics, it matters. It's not unimportant. But it is our people who must always matter the most in everything we do. By giving voice to everyday Americans, President Trump has not just transformed our party, he has inspired a movement. A movement of the people who grow our food and drive our trucks, the people who make our cars and build our homes, the people whose taxes fund our government, and whose children fight our wars. Americans like Corey Comparatori. He was a former fire chief and a loving husband. He was described as the best dad a girl could ever ask for. As a man of God who loved Jesus fiercely and looked after members of his church. Corey was one of the millions of everyday Americans who make our country great. He wasn't rich, he wasn't famous, and the only reason why we know his name and story now is because last Saturday, he shielded his wife and daughter from an assassin's bullet and lost his life the way he lived it, a hero. For those still wondering who are in the press and many watching at home, these are the Americans who wear the red hats and wait for hours under a blazing sun to hear Trump speak. And what they want, what they ask for, it is not hateful or extreme. What they want is good jobs and lower prices. They want borders that are secure, and for those who come here to do so legally. They want to be safe from criminals and from terrorists. And they want for our leaders to care more about our problems here at home than about the problems of other countries far away. There is absolutely nothing dangerous or anything divisive about putting Americans first. Those who are offended, anyone who is offended about putting America first has forgotten what American is and what American means. American isn't the color of our skin or our ethnicity. Americans are people as diverse as humanity itself. But out of many, we are one. Because as the life story of our next Vice President, J.D. Vance, reminds us, we are all descendants of ordinary people who achieved extraordinary things. Who do we come from? We come from pioneers who ventured west to chase their dreams, and slaves who overcame bondage to claim their right to the promise of America. We come from exiles who fled tyranny in search of freedom, and of immigrants who left behind all they had and knew because they could not be or achieve God's purpose for their life in the nation of their birth. That is an American. And putting Americans first must be what this election is about. When President Trump was in the White House, Americans had more money and lower prices. Our borders were secure and our laws were enforced. Iran was broke, the Taliban stopped killing Americans, and Putin didn't invade anyone. Now, under Biden, high prices devour paychecks. Criminals and drugs are allowed to flood into our country and terrorize our people. And Iran has money to support terrorists. The Taliban humiliated us in Afghanistan, and not one, but two major wars have broken out. My fellow Americans, the only way to make America wealthy and safe and strong again is to make Donald J. Trump our president again. Our country has been injured by the bad decisions of weak leaders. But now, though bloodied by our wounds, we must stand up and we must fight. Fight not with violence or destruction, but with our voices and our votes. Fight not against each other, but for the hopes and dreams we share in common and make us one. And fight for an America where we are safe from those who seek to harm us on our streets and from abroad. And we will not be alone in this fight. For leading us in this fight will be a man who, although wounded and facing danger, he stood up and raised his fist and reminded us that our people and our country are always worth fighting for. It is time to put our country and our people first again. And if we do, together, we will make our people wealthy again. If we do, together, we will make our country safe again. Together, we will make Donald Trump our president again. And together, we will not just make America great again. We will make America greater than it has ever been. Thank you. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Laura Trump.
Getting near the end now of our live coverage here of the RNC 2024. Big night here at the convention. First couple hours, last 90 minutes out of the park.
I don't feel like I actually have to ask this question, but is anybody in this room ready to send Donald Trump back to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue? Well, it may not be a surprise that I actually had a very different speech that I was prepared to give up here tonight. That all changed at 6:11 on Saturday evening. Nothing prepares you for a moment like that. Our family has faced our fair share of death threats, mysterious powders sent to our homes, tasteless and violent comments directed towards us on social media, but none of that prepares you as a daughter-in-law to watch in real time someone try to kill a person you love. None of that prepares you as a mother to quickly reach for the remote and turn your young children away from the screen so that they're not witness to something that scars the memory of their grandpa for the rest of their lives. The prayers and well wishes we've received over the last 72 hours have been overwhelming, to say the least. And my heart goes out to the family who lost a husband and a father because of this senseless act. All of you here tonight and watching at home mean the world to all of us in the Trump family. If Donald Trump has shown us anything, it's that when it feels impossible to keep going, those are the times we must keep going. I don't know how many people here watching at home have ever been to a Trump rally, but if you've never been, let me tell you about them. Oh, some of you have been. Regardless of how the media have painted these rallies, you would be hard-pressed to find and to join a happier group of people coming together over their love for the greatest country on earth, the United States of America. I dare anyone trying to leave a Trump rally without leaving with some new friends. You always make friends at a Trump rally, right? Veterans, teachers, blue-collar workers, white-collar workers, active duty military, police officers, firefighters, small business owners, Latino supporters, Christian supporters, Jewish supporters, black supporters, white supporters, Asian supporters, gay supporters, Republicans, independents, and yes, even Democrats. At a Trump rally, you're not viewed as your profession, your religion, or the color of your skin. You're viewed as one thing: an American. Last Saturday was a jarring reminder that we, as Americans, must always remember: there is more that unites us than divides us. We all want this country to be great, even if we don't always agree on the best way of doing that. And with every bone in my body, I can tell you that all Donald Trump wants to do and has ever wanted to do is make this country great again for all of us. Proverbs 28 reads, "The wicked flee, though no one pursues, but the righteous are as bold as a lion." And that truly epitomizes Donald Trump. He is a lion. He is bold, he is strong, he is fearless, and he is exactly what
I just have to interject here for those of you that are still out there watching and listening. When I was at the RNC in 2012 and this stuff was said about Romney, nobody believed it. Nobody went, "Grrr," they went, yeah, golf clap.
Trade deals across
These people
the world
actually
that
believe what
benefited
she's
our
saying.
economy. Allied countries paying their fair share. A safe and secure southern border. Record low unemployment rates for African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, and women. Record investment in historically black colleges and universities. The creation of the United States Space Force. The most comprehensive prison reform in decades. How about the peace agreements in the Middle East that they said would never happen? The largest tax cuts in American history, our energy independence, massive amounts of red tape cut, and no new wars when Donald J. Trump was president. Maybe, most importantly though, you could actually feel it in your everyday life. Now, you didn't have to love everything that he tweeted, but you cannot deny you were better off when Donald Trump was in office. Americans were finally able to start saving money. Home prices were affordable, and gas hit a low of $1.87 a gallon. As I speak here tonight, many of our fellow Americans don't know how they'll pay for their next trip to the grocery store, new clothes for their children, or this month's rent. Many of our fellow Americans worry that we are on the verge of a major terror attack here on American soil. Many of our fellow Americans don't think their own children will be able to establish a better life than they themselves currently have. Many of our fellow Americans are right now sitting and wondering how on earth this country could have moved in the wrong direction and so quickly. The Democrats and the media know that they cannot convince you, the American people, that your life is better off now, because it's not. So what will they do? They'll try to sell you on some outrageous narrative about the terrible things that Donald Trump will do if he becomes president. But you don't have to imagine what it would be like. All you have to do is remember what it was like. I know. Oh, yeah. I know what you hear out there about Donald Trump. I know what you read, what the media tells you, and what out-of-touch celebrities on the left say.
I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up because I think that we probably have heard what Lara is going to say already. And let me bring in our panelists here on the Crusade Radio Network, Mike Parrott and Richard Barrett, so we can wrap this up. We got a big, long day. We have 2 more nights of coverage left to go. It has been a 18-hour broadcast day for us, and we're just a little company here trying to get to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. Maybe you can help us out if you're watching on YouTube and subscribe to the channel. Let's go around the horn, as they say in baseball. Richard Barrett, you go first. Wrap up tonight. What do you think? Home run, double, triple?
I'd have to say solid triple. Nice started off real slow. Vivek, Ron DeSantis, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, the moms speaking. and Rubio a little bit, kind of as they kind of petered out towards the end. Ben Carson, obviously, of course, solid triple for a second night. You're not going to really go out and beyond. The problem with these things, it's great for the people on the floor, but for the people watching at home and all of us, after about hour 45 in, we're getting the same hymnal from everybody else, and then it kind of gets repetitive. But great to see Trump there. Looks like he's in better spirits, and some really good speeches out there tonight. So I'd say solid triple.
Yeah, I agree. The first 2 hours was repetitive and stuff that you'd probably already heard. But beginning with Vivek, a rally, Mike Parrott, they ended with a flourish, a flourish that's relational, that you can't script, you can't fake. When you bring those moms in and the families talking about their loved ones whose lives were taken, what say you?
Well, yeah, it's been an emotional night. You're talking about the safety of children, people who have lost their loved ones to drug crisis, to the open border, to illegal immigrants committing violent crimes. I just wanted to point out who's not there tonight, and we haven't given them a second thought. George W. Bush, 43, not there. Quayle, not there. Pence, Vice President, not there. Cheney, Vice President, not there. Romney, Republican Party nominee for president 2012.
That's right.
And United States Senator from Utah, not there. This is a night of unity, and if you're not on the Trump train, you're getting run over by the Trump train. And that seems to be the theme tonight, and I think it's going to continue. Look forward to hearing Trump tomorrow or Thursday as he accepts the nomination. But so far, so good. And I agree with everything said, especially the idea. I did not have Sarah Huckabee Sanders on my radar screen at all whatsoever. Arkansas is the neighbor state to mine. I go down there quite a bit. I am enchanted with that woman right now, and I think that she has cemented her place in the future of Republican politics.
Well, let me say to you, and Richard, unmute your mic because you and I have talked about Sarah before.
King Dude's muted.
I completely agree with you, Mike, on that regard. Yep. All great points all around on that.
Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
King Dude's talking, but he's muted.
He's just got
Sarah Huckabee Sanders is not her father. She is a free-thinking woman, but I think the thing that I like the most about her is when she was made White House press secretary. I think that the cute girls thought that they could pick on her because she's not. I mean, no disrespect whatsoever. At first blush, she's not the most attractive of women. And I thought that, and she's from Arkansas, and I think that they thought that here comes this hick hayseed, kind of hillbilly elegy, if you will, deliverance bred redneck here. And look at who Trump has put in as his spokesman here. And there was, the physical revulsion. From the Jim Bazakis of the world. But Sarah Huckabee Sanders bought a metal, M-E-T-T-L-E is a military term for you, a metal to that speaker's dais, and she took no crap off of anyone and made no apologies about anything that her boss did. And this is why they hated her. And because she was so close to Trump, and because she really believed in the program and in what was being done, she didn't have to go out there like Corinna Jean-Pierre and go like Blackety Ann has to, and go out there and manufacture lies. She just went out there and told the truth about what she thought that the Trump administration was trying to do. And the fact that this is a woman, this is a minority, she's from a small state, the fact that the leftards chose her as their target, they attacked her, she told the story. Shut her family out of restaurants, mocked her, threw food at her. They did all these things. These people are supposedly supporters of women and minorities and what have you here. Sarah Huckabee Sanders as an American success story. Again, comeback story, Richard. I don't know if it's a comeback story so much as it's the kids from the Sandlot that win the day because they get the Babe Ruth baseball back. Everyone wants to cheer for someone like Sarah Huckabee Sanders. She's so modest, she's so humble, yet she's so passionate, and she's so pro-Arkansas, her state, pro-Arkansas, her citizens, and she's pro-American, and she's pro-Trump, and she's pro-MAGA. I agree with Barrett. Dark horse candidate. I have always, for 2028, always loved Sarah. I thought she stood in the crucible and just took all. You know what? You're not getting to Trump. Go ahead, shoot me. That's all you got? You're going to shoot me? Fine, go ahead. Kayleigh McEnany was a beauty pageant, loudmouth, big, release the McEnany, big responses, indignant responses. Sarah Huckabee Sanders was a real deal. And you know what, Mike Barrett? The people, and Richard Barrett, the people of Arkansas knew that, and they elected her. It wasn't even close. Her election as governor was not even close. So, yeah, I agree. The beginning of the night, a lot of military guys, a lot of like, I wrote the blank check and all that. I think Mike Barrett was right about that. But I think they ended with especially during the middle, with Vivek and Ron DeSantis and even Nikki Haley, big rhetorical flourishes there. My question is, this is the last one for the night, and we're going to call it quits. What do the Democrats do to respond to this? Do you sacrifice a goat, or do you have a live abortion on stage? Maybe, you knock someone up at a Biden rally, and Kamala Harris wheels her out on stage, and then the fake woman, Dick Levine, comes out as Surgeon General and goes, "We are so dedicated to protecting women's reproductive rights. We're going to show you how dedicated we are. We're actually going to perform one right here tonight on the stage of our convention, and we're going to show you how it's done, and we are not ashamed." I actually thought that they were going to do that in 2016 with Hillary. Maybe that's what they'll do, but I don't know how you respond. Do you go on and attack the moms and families that lost loved ones as a result of the fentanyl and the illegal alien crisis? So I don't know what the Democrats do in response. Quite frankly, I'm not going to broadcast it. I'm not going to watch it. So I'm not really interested in it, but maybe 40% of the United States is.
Where's Jussie Smollett when you need him? You almost need somebody who's going to fake some kind of Trump radical attack on them so that they can respond in kind. The fact of the matter is that those things simply don't exist. There's nothing that these people can point to that Trump has done that has been to the unbetterment of their lives, unless you happen to be some kind of weird pervert. And even in that case, the Republican Party is not really even against perverts anymore. So, I mean, I think these guys have been declawed, defanged, disarmed, and they've got nothing. I think that's the question of the night, King Dude. What the hell do you do if you're a Democrat? How do you respond to this? Because this is just common sense at this point. And maybe I'm giving my fellow man too much credit, and that they would be, respectful of common sense. Maybe common sense is an uncommon virtue, but at this point, I don't know how they answer this. I think they just have to have a milquetoast convention. Go ahead and nominate Biden before he croaks, and just get on with the mail-in ballots. That's all they've got to do.
Richard Barrett, how do they respond? Is there a response?
Well, what they're doing a hybrid. Half of it's virtual, half of it's in person. So that's already very interesting. Secondly, they're going to do two things that they do well. They're going to hit the celebrity, and they're going to hit the entertainment industry hard. They're going to pull them in. They might even make George Clooney come out and bend the knee in an embarrassment ceremony for that. Secondly, they're going to hit emotion. They're going to hit gun violence. They're going to hit abortion. They're going to hit trans rights. And none of this stuff. No average American cares. No average American. It's a big deal. But what they're going to do is they're going to appeal to their main voting blocks: single black women and suburban moms. And they are going to go after them, and they're going to scare the hell out of them. That is their only trick that they have at this point, is to scare those two groups into compliance. Because if you scare the single black women, you can control most of the black male vote. If you scare the single suburban moms, you can kind of take half of that. You know, you can maybe hope to take half of the males who are married to them off the block as well. So that's the only response I think they could do.
So Mike Parrott and Richard Barrett, as we get ready to sign off, then Tucker Carlson when he landed yesterday in Milwaukee, the Heritage Foundation was having its event, and he pretty much said what I have been saying, and we agree. The Democrat Party is going to present a suicide platform. There is no future. The future is less babies, less humans, less people. The Biden regime is going to continue. We will continue to insist and to protect your right to murder the next generation. We're going to continue to protect the right for those that do escape the womb, that if they wish to mutilate their bodies or perform some other God-forsaken function, physical mutilation or whatever, we will pay for it. There is no future for actual Americans. There is a future for people that aren't Americans that want to come here and invade us and want to take your place. Now, they won't actually say it like that, or we believe a bridge in the future must be built across the divide to the other nations here. They will say that suicide is the future. You people in the United States suck. We don't want any of you to reproduce or make any new Americans because you all suck, especially if you ever voted for Trump. Those people that we're immigrating in are wonderful people. They're going to save us because we believe in Nazi Lebowski. We are nihilist Lebowski. That's right. They're going to immigrate 10 million, 15 million nihilists into coming in and colonizing and then becoming citizens. And then citizenship won't be worth anything. So, yes, it will be the suicide caucus, and that's what we're going to get for the Democrats, because they're not going to respond to any. You heard the Morin family. You heard the three moms that went up there saying, all three of them, Harris and Biden have not contacted us, but Trump contacted all of them. Now, some cynic is going to say, he just did that, forgot that. You don't know the story of Donald Trump then, because that's not why he does things. Trump contacted them because he was genuinely concerned about them. And one of them, at least one instance, he said, I am so sorry that I was not there to stop that madman and stop that policy that took your baby. But I promise you, if I'm given a chance, I will do so next time. So
that is a man who has taken radical ownership of the duties of the presidency of the United States. It's not somebody who passes the buck. I am very, very critical of, sort of like some of the nicknames and stuff, the Democrats and stuff, and it's just kind of cheesy, but it's very accurate. Demons hate the United States of America. Demons hate humanity. They hate human beings.
Yes.
They hate the creation of new life. The creation of life is a participation in the life creating function that God has delegated to human beings. And okay, if you create it, we'll try to destroy it. And if we can't destroy it, we'll pervert it and drag it to hell. They hate human beings, and that is the animating force that you have described behind the Democrat Party. Less human beings, less families, less children, mutilation, or earth worship, whatever it is, pagan worship. That is their platform. You're seeing the divergence between the parties, and I'm not saying that the Republicans are the party of the angels, but the Democrats are certainly the party of the demons.
And with that, we play the exit music, and we agree that we're going to sign off tonight for Mike Parrott and for Richard Barrett and for Maggie O'Connell and for all of us on the Crusade Radio Network. Thanks for watching tonight. Remember, you can donate to our cause, crusadechannel.com/donate. We'll be live tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Parrot Brief, the Parrot Show, Parrot Talk. I said the Parrot Brief. The Parrot Talk will be live. It's been a long day, folks. Parrot Talk will be live tomorrow and fresh at 10 a.m. Central, followed by Fiorella's midday show, and then a brand new episode of Reconquest. Yes, Brother Andre is back. Thanks for joining us tonight. We'll be back tomorrow night as well at 5:30 p.m. I have a former Secret Service agent who will join us for our introductory segment tomorrow night. You're not going to want to miss that. Go to crusadechannel.com/donate to donate to our cause. Thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. Like our pages, subscribe to our network, and God bless you and Mary keep you. See you tomorrow.